right. Hello. Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
As well as the rootin' tootin' Kaiser Shonen.
Okay, I guess I'm a cowboy now. a super fighting cowboy. What the fuck?
Super fighting
Anyway,
cowboy.
Super
Then
fighting cowboy.
joining us as guest hosts once more are I Know Nothing, Periodic Pete, and Serial Navelgazer CBF.
Hello.
Knock,
Hello.
internet.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Daisy.
That's a different YouTuber.
What was that?
I have no idea.
No, wait, that's not
I'm
a different
scared.
YouTuber. That's an artist. That's an artist that got angry at YouTubers for making comic dubs.
What?
Oh
Oh, you guys don't know about that?
no,
No.
Okay.
I never heard of Hiimdaisy.
What harm is there in making a comic dub?
Okay, so
That's some Little Orchard shit. What the fuck?
actually it's
Oh,
saying
man.
we have dropped frame 25% dropped frames in the last 2 minutes.
What?
Holy shit!
What the hell?
Jesus. The second we mention different drama from what we're covering on stream, the stream just glitches out.
How's it looking for everybody at home? Everyone?
Oh, I'm seeing the glitch. I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
dear.
there it goes. It's on its back.
Nice background.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing it.
Okay, all right. Well, here's hoping. Jesus Christ, YouTube and Streamlabs. But yeah, no. There is a YouTube, or there is an artist who goes by the name of Hiimdaisy that did these wonderful Persona 4 gag comics
Okay.
that were really just a lot of fun. And then a bunch of people actually got together to do like full animatics using them. Full animatic, like they got really creative with how they used the comics and then dubbed them over, and they were hilarious. It's where like you get the line of like, "Who wants to talk about murder? Yay!"
And then it's like Yosuke
that
and you are
one.
friends. Yosuke will
Will
now
now
die for you.
So yes, allegedly, if I remember the story, because it's been years at this rate, Hiimdaisy ordered them to cease and desist on that. I
What
don't.
the fuck?
Yeah, I
Really?
don't know why. I'm not entirely sure on the full depth of that story, but it just an interesting anecdote that cropped up, and I'm seeing more dropped frames. God damn, why is this saying this?
Jello was cursing us. That's why.
Yeah, for
He's cursing us because you guys are talking about him again.
Yeah, for the third time. We have to have all great stories have to have a trilogy. Okay,
What was
Comedy
the
comes in
second?
threes.
This is the
The second-
third time? What was the,
the
second
second-
time?
The second time was One Piece.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah.
okay, then what was the
Oh,
first time?
yeah.
Uh,
Oh, the
Lolly
first
Complex.
time was the love com.
Yeah,
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting
Yeah.
about that.
and no one ate dinner.
Like, I've been having some problems too. Like I'm having major audio issues right now, and I don't know how to fix that.
Oh, like you can
Dang.
barely hear us?
Yeah, like you guys keep all cutting in and out, and I know that that's probably on my end. I thought that it was my headphones, so I switched headphones, but it persisted.
Has anyone?
Because
noticed
everyone's
it's-
fine to me.
Yeah,
Everyone, what?
Everyone seems fine to me. I can hear everyone fine.
Yeah,
I
same
can't.
here.
Oh, I didn't hear
Oof.
that.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, I think it is on your end twice.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm pretty sure it's on my end, and I don't know how to fix it because like the voice connected thing looks fine. My headphones are fine.
No,
I don't know. What
This
the
is my
problem
punishment for not covering the new Madoka trailer. You get stream scuff. What is there to cover? It's 30 seconds long. The most I can say is that Mammy looks adorable eating a little bit of a bear cookie, but that's about it.
No,
No,
but
no,
there's
no,
a
you're
lot of
supposed to
symbolism
use-
in that cookie.
You're supposed to use that to make an entire stream just talking about the entire series, as well as all the movies and the spin-off.
Me and
That had
Critter
3
already
seasons,
tried
I
that.
See- CBF, I think I know who you're referencing now.
Oh yeah, I made you a record.
Yeah.
I
So
forgot
this is
the name.
basically Team Jacked. Actually, you guys mentioning that Madoka Exedra just released today on Steam, so I might go pick that up.
Okay.
Why did June go so completely baby mode on Jello in that video? We're going to probably be getting to that, hopefully. Hopefully we can try to answer that question.
Yeah.
Let me actually look at the time codes to make sure.
Nameless for $2 says, and no one ate dinner that night.
Mm.
Oh no.
I read that out.
Oh, sorry. I guess
Oops.
I guess you cut out a bit on my end.
The scuff!
It's
The
spreading.
scuff!
It's
Oh,
spreading.
no.
Spreading.
Okay, at least at this time we can blame Twi for this. All right, they were the first one.
While she's figuring that out, everyone make sure you're in the watch together. You can find it in the important links channel of the Discord.
Let's hope it.
Oh, I was in. That's my mistake. I was in the unimportant links. I'm sorry. Let me open the right one.
Yeah. The unimportant
Oh,
links.
good.
Is,
Yeah, that one's actually going to work.
Yeah, I was gonna say the unimportant links
Yeah.
goes to my Patreon.
Wow.
Robert Glendinning sent 5 gifted memberships, and on top of that, I forgot earlier, Shark Jumpy and Walrus also gifted 5 memberships. So congratulations to everyone that got caught in that.
Woo!
Get to enjoy all of our wonderful emotes. And for the record, I did in fact try to add the water spritz emote. We lost enough memberships that I couldn't add any more emotes. So,
Damn.
yep,
Damn.
it sucks. So if you guys want more emotes, more crazy wacky things, get more memberships.
Give them your money.
Convert more
Give them
people to
your
the
money.
Church of the Phoenix.
Well,
Go
join
tell
the
your
crew.
friends. Go
Join,
tell your
Yes,
family.
join the crew of the Jester's Fiat.
If anyone doesn't want to join the know about their Lord and Seller, Raymond the Phoenix, purge the heretics is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Give
no worries.
yourself to Jesus.
Nope, Jesus is Jesus is heretical. All hail the God Emperor.
God.
Yeah, so just gonna
Show me
let
the way the
people
devil's trying to bring me down.
make sure people are still coming in. Robert, I was making a
Oh.
joke out of it, but thank you. Another 5 memberships.
Alrighty.
Every day is saved.
There's someone that
Listen,
subscribed
wait.
to me called Abstract Cannon Bicycle.
What?
That sounds like an amazing username, and I want to know this person.
That's an amazing name.
Yeah, that sounds like a story behind that.
That's
Billy
an,
Donuts.
that's an Evangelion
Hey.
rebuild plot point.
Oh, I forgot about that. Holy shit. I've only seen like the first movie of the rebuilds, like years and years ago.
I was
never
gonna
saw
say,
the whole
me
thing.
and Twi, we just finished watching through all of Evangelion, including the rebuilds. I actually recommend the rebuilds.
Oh,
Me too.
Interesting.
Really?
no,
I
Really?
We're fine.
yeah. There's only one problem, and her name is Mari. Otherwise,
I have. It's funny because in almost all of my circles, I have heard the exact opposite. Like
Same,
half of my friends
same.
fucking hate the rebuilds.
I
Yeah, me too.
went in expecting not to like it. But as we watched it, there was more and more I'm like, okay, I see what you're putting down, Ano. And I think people don't like it because it's not just more of the self-loathing shit from the original. Because if everyone wants to say, oh, it's so convoluted, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't make... Have you watched the original
Well,
Evangelion?
I was gonna say, like,
Well, yeah,
there's a lot
you
of
guys have to
that.
understand. We are the Shinji Ikari that is the Shinji Ikari that people were talking about. The Shinji Ikari that exists in people's minds. The Shinji Ikari that exists in the collective unconscious, and the Shinji Ikari that exists in my fucking ass.
No, you know
Shut
what?
up.
I'm fine with that. The problem I have is like, okay, everything in this fucking story is fueled by these things called the Dead Sea Scrolls that are mentioned like
Yeah.
twice and
Yeah.
are never elaborated upon. And it's like I'm looking into the extra like research and I'm like, oh, they're this and this and they do all this and they're actually the secret instruction codes sent by the ancient aliens that birthed all human life. It's like, okay, great. Where was this fucking information in the show?
Yeah.
Well, I
God.
I don't even
To
think
this
I've
day-
heard of that.
Well, to this day, I
it's
am.
not the show. You're expected to read the Bible before going into Evangelion.
Exactly. That was
Correct,
your
actually,
homework.
but I actually feel
Sorry.
really bad for the creator of Ava because he made that when he was like hyper depressed, and it was like the show that popped off.
Yeah.
You can tell.
I mean,
Well,
yeah.
it's a big thing because like he made it when he was hyper depressed. It became super popular, so every time he had to work on it, he basically had to relive those memories, which
Yeah.
And
What's is
great-
doubly
That's a whole
bad.
thing.
Yeah, and that's doubly bad considering what happened towards the back half of the show, both with the sarin gas attacks, basically for derailing a lot of their plans in the back half, and also just everything that was the audience's reception to the ending.
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't.
An
realize
amazing
the
ending,
sarin
but
gas
still.
attacks were responsible for that. Damn.
No.
Yeah, like because there was an episode that was going to be a little too similar to that, so they had to rewrite some stuff with that.
Are the angels going to
Yes.
commit a gas attack?
Unironically, yes.
Oh God!
That's what-
I mean, I can
Well,
actually kind of see that honestly with the shadow.
Yeah. Or
thing.
something bad was gonna happen like that involved trains, and they're just like, oh no, we don't not want to deal with that. That's kind of like why there was supposed to be if you guys you know the Gen 5 anime for Pokemon, that's why there was a plot point towards the end of the Team Plasma stuff that had to get rewritten out entirely because around that time, that's when the tsunami of 2011 happened.
Oh, I never heard about that. That's
wow.
crazy.
It's really, really convenient then that didn't happen when the Gen 3 stuff was happening because Team Aqua. My God, they would have gotten nerfed.
Kyogre would not be winning.
Kyogre would get the Porygon treatment.
The Epic Kyo says, Twilight, you finally have a Digimon I know.
Ah, yes. Finally, someone knows the Digimon that's on my head. I know that someone had asked me, but I was busy trying to figure out my headphones situation. But it is a very common OG Digimon from 1999 called Elecmon.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, that one.
But basically you can tell that Anno was incredibly depressed. I almost said Oda because we're going to be talking about it. You can tell that Anno was incredibly depressed during the original Eva, and Rebuild is just literally how I got out of depression. The story that was
kind of yeah.
And it's I generally ended up liking it a lot, and it's like a very good capstone to all of Evangelion.
It's
like
the show itself is great.
The thing that we noticed was that there was a lot more outside perspective. So with the original Neon Genesis, it's very introspective. It is very in my head. It's very woe is me. Everything is about me. There is a little bit of that with like all of the characters. So even though that we are seeing different characters' perspectives, it's all everything is internal to them. They are their own universes pretty much. But with the rebuilds, you see a lot of different perspectives. You see that not everybody has the same mindset or outlook on things, that people have different thoughts. It's not just everyone is thinking about themselves. Some people are thinking about themselves, but most people, for the most part, are thinking about not just themselves, but also each other. That this is a collective group thing. We are all in this together. And that is how you get out of stuff. And that is, I think, the biggest mind shift between Neon Genesis and Rebuild, is being alone and in your own head and looking outside of yourself.
Izanagi, Mari, from what I hear, is supposed to be based on Anno's wife and reflective of her influence in healing Anno. It's hard to say.
That is not true.
That is not true.
Yeah, I've heard him deny that many times. I've heard Anno deny that.
Every bit of research I can find, it was other members of the team that developed Mari. And also, apparently Mari was never even intended to be a major character. She was just supposed to be an extra, I mean, I say that major, but like she was supposed to be an extra female protagonist. On demand from the studio, and basically her role just kind of evolved as the project went along.
Got it.
Yeah.
I see.
And
And,
honestly,
I don't like. Yeah, we
Like,
don't like her.
like the main reason why we don't like her is because like she simultaneously is always around, but she has nothing really significant to contribute to the story. So like what is even the point of her being there? Like if she was a really important character, then sure.
Oh, so they pull what RWBY does every volume. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, like,
unironically, she is like a RWBY character if it were a RWBY OC if it were injected into Evangelion. She
Yeah.
stands
as a
out like a
RWBY
sore
character,
thumb.
they had a better design.
I literally said from the moment that she showed up, oh, this is somebody's fan fiction OC.
Yeah, that I've heard that's from the freaking jump. All right, if that's either whether you like or hate the rebuilds, that seems to be the constant criticism there.
Aiden Hughes.
Yeah,
Have you
and-
seen the
People
arts
not
by an
liking the
artist named
third
Kyle?
one.
Yes, I have seen the arts by Kyle.
But yeah, like that and not liking the third one. Like specifically.
Yeah.
The third one, oh god, the first section of the third one is, first of all, it starts making no sense. Then I will say
That's
this,
a good sign.
like my question still lingers. How did he get in space? There was no answer for that. Anyone that's watched that movie knows what I'm referring to. How did he get in space? Never answered.
Bucket.
But then the second one is like the first third of the film is spent getting this fucking airship to launch from the ocean and elevate with them all these different freaking battleships with it. And it takes forever. It's one action sequence. It comes out of nowhere. It's just like, you could have done so much more with that time and they didn't.
Yeah.
This is the rebuild or
Okay.
this is the original?
The
The
rebuild.
rebuild,
That's
the
original.
third movie.
Okay.
Nameless says, if I remember correctly, Pokemon Gen 3 had a banned episode due to an earthquake. Possibly. I don't know,
Yeah.
but I would believe it.
Yeah.
Facundo Marino, Facundo, I don't know how to pronounce that. Ars? Is that Australian or Austrian or what is Ars? ARS. This will be interesting because I don't believe that Joon was soft with Jello, just that the subject matter wasn't intense like the other videos he did. Jello's just an insufferable narcissist that never shuts up.
No. Look, I'm going to go to bat here because I am very fucking peeved about a particular comment that June made. I believe you had it, Celtic, if you could have it back, but he basically just said, "Oh, Jello didn't say that Oda, the author of
he just
Well,
insinuated that he did.
we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that is like the major thing that all of us had a problem with was how disingenuous he was when it came
Well,
to that.
not only that, but like his read of the Lovely Complex situation was incredibly outsider coded. It felt like he
Yes.
was such a tourist. Izanagi said, not sure why I've heard the theory, but yeah, Mari doesn't feel like she had a point outside of the ending and Mari being partially. No. Like, you're not the only one with that theory. That's a popular theory.
Yeah, that's a popular
Yeah.
theory.
Yeah.
It's not accurate,
false
but it's
theory.
popular.
Yeah.
Also,
Before-
ARS is apparently Argentinian pesos.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice, cool.
Before we get started on this, I'm gonna try and restart my computer because I can only hear like 50% of the things that it's being said. So
Okay, well, everyone,
Feel free.
it's brace battle stations. We're about to go biblically accurate.
Cool, and
Oh, no.
I'm going to.
Stream is an awesome stream.
It's an
Okay.
angel.
I was going to mention there was a statement apparently in the Discord of a Twitter post that says Pedro Pascal's Reed Richards will officially be the leader of the Avengers in Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars.
What?
I don't know, man. I'm just reading the tweet.
Yeah, that's
that-
that's really dumb.
Okay, what the fuck?
Like
I
him being
understand.
him being the rallying cry, I could see if like he's trying to save
What?
the universe, but like
But having him be
leader?
the leader off
No.
of one movie, that is
No, it's
insane.
not. Look, I'm a Marvel fan. You should not have Reed be the leader of a fucking like icon. Like, please.
I'm confused. I'm confused. So you're talking about who the leader of the Avengers is gonna be, but I thought the Avengers ended in 2020.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
No, they ended in 2019. The second
Right.
Spider-Man movie never happened. It ended when everything it ended.
Oh yeah, totally.
Except for
Hey,
apparently
man,
Guardian
look.
3. Apparently that one's good.
Look. I'll stand the bat for Far From Home. It's not terrible. It's a decent film.
Yeah, Far From Home is alright.
Far
Yeah, I
From
didn't
Home
I didn't
has its
dislike it.
issues, but there's still a core there. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the Mysterio one, right?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's really the only part I liked about it. Mysterio, and particularly the first big scene with him, not the second one.
I would need to rewatch it.
Yeah, it has been a while, but I remember
It's been a
generally
while.
But yeah.
I'll be right back as well.
Okay. But yeah, fucking yo, he didn't say he was a pedo. He insinuated. That is crazy work, dog. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, what difference does that actually make? Especially when you're a big content creator and your whole thing is about, critiquing media and shit like that. That you just go for the throat for no justifiable reason.
Hey, Twy, welcome back to the land of the living.
Thank you. It sounds so much better so far, so I think that's what I needed.
Great.
That's good.
All right.
All right,
This is the most
fantastic.
biblically accurate we've ever been.
Hilarious that we're talking about all this after we've been talking about Ava. That reminds me, I need to rewatch it since technically I rewatched several episodes with back when I was dating one of my friends. That was back in 2021. I need to get back to that. And I also have the manga, which I've heard plenty of people say is on par with, if not even better than the anime.
Really, the only manga I ever heard anyone talk about was the slice of life one, the Shinji Ikari.
I heard about that one too.
That one I'm having fun with.
Yeah, I did hear the one that is like, the manga equivalent of the show gets some decent praise. I think I watched one video talking positively about it.
Yeah,
a couple years ago.
I have all the volumes. I read up until a certain point, and like so far it's good, but I haven't gotten to the parts where it gets like utterly insane yet.
Right.
I heard that closer to when it gets to like the end of the original show, and then kind of gets into more like end of Ava kind of territory.
Yeah, the when you watch the rest of the show, there's actually a recommended watch order that's worked really well for us. At least I thought so. I don't know about you, Twide. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it did. I think it kind of all blurred together for me, so I might have to watch it in the original chronological watch order, but yeah.
Yeah,
it worked really well.
Oh god, if Team RWBY was an Evangelion, how much worse would they make the situation? Dude, we're dead by Angel.
Well,
Wings.
I was about
going
to say episode
Rob-
5 we're gone because all Team RWBY would do is try to fight off the angels, and when Gendo and the others try to have a plan, they just shit on them for it, and we never get anything done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, to
At
be
the very
fair,
least, they'd
I
like-
would not blame them for taking a shit on Gendo.
Yeah, true, but
That-
still.
Well, actually,
but they don't
think-
have the
don't think-
baggage that he does, that Shinji does. They don't have that excuse.
Oh.
Put him in the lockdown anyway.
Oh my god.
Well, no, you see, they'll just shit on him because of the super feminisms, because they're super, they're the super woke, always correct team, right?
No, imagine this, guys. Imagine this: Ruby staring down Gendo, and they're both doing the Gendo pose.
Dude, stop teasing me with a better show.
Yeah, come on. Let's ditch Jello. Just watch all of Evangelion, and then when we get to certain episodes, just put the director's cut for them.
Yeah.
That's what I did actually.
Real.
All right.
Oh, fuck.
Honestly, they would die from the first angel. Well, technically the third angel, but you guys know what I mean.
Third, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, Ruby's Ruby's mother, Summer. With that, that would actually make some sense. Ironically,
It would actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually
it
give
would.
them a fucking connection for once.
Oh God, and Raven in Unit 2.
There is no beating the angels.
Oh God, no! Then that would imply an oh God when we get to the very beginning of end of Evangelion. Oh God, that's gonna.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ruby, I'm so fucked up.
Oh,
It would make RWBY a lot more adult with the amount of incest implications that are in Ava.
Aw.
Wait, so wouldn't there be like a would Yang be like a Ray clone? Would be like the equivalent of the Ray clone?
No.
All I know is that Raven is Gendo Ikari. We're not even gonna have Ironwood in this.
All I'm thinking about is, wow, Shinji and the Doctor is a really great crossover fanfic. I need to reread that. No, there's literally a moment where, speaking of, this is weird to say, but speaking of the incest, there's a bit where the Doctor points out, is like Ray is like, oh, I'm like capable of destroying the world. Shinji knows it too. He's just a bit awkward because of you're aware of the incest property, right? Yes. Why would that be an issue? Well, you see, you're really close to Shinji's genetic code. Oh, but that would mean, yeah, pull that thread. Oh, what's his feeling? I call that awkwardness. I don't like it. No one does, right? No one does.
Also, HJ Fies. No, the only way John would be the one in the hospital room is if Piro was the one sitting in the chair.
Yeah, and John doesn't have anywhere near enough of the baggage to be freaking. Piro would have to die for him. No, John would be Toji. That just makes sense.
That would.
Atriox, yes.
Yeah.
Doctor Who Evangelion. It's a really good.
Or no,
the Shinji and the Doctor. It's a good
maybe
thing.
Piro would be Toji.
Oh no.
That actually makes more sense.
Anyway, guys, we were here for a video.
Yes, we were here, and now that we're over 102 people.
It's been almost half an hour, and we've just been putting this fucking.
I mean, that's usually standard for us. Like, we usually just talk and shoot the shit for a while, and then we get started.
Off topic of a powerful
now we
alien
have to
came
do the
to
Jello.
Earth.
Nearly
would you
delaying
do?
the inevitable.
Redo of Healer 125.
What the fuck?
Oh no, he's back.
Define the powerful alien. Are they like Superman? Or are they like Homelander?
Yeah, that's a very particular difference.
Are we talking fucking angels?
Oh my god.
Would John be Shinji because he also whines and cries a lot? Here's the thing: Shinji doesn't actually whine and cry all that much. He mostly just kind of clams up.
Huge over.
You have to understand. John is an idiot. Shinji is there is no therapist capable of solving that boy.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't really give him one, so there's that.
The main problem with Shinji is that he is a teenage boy, and nobody treats him like a teenage boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The closest thing, Kaji, who's like the only person who isn't horribly in his feelings.
Yeah.
It's still horribly incestuous, though, because Misato takes on a figurative mother role for him, and yet she's
mother
still
or older sister. Yeah, like one of those kinds of dynamics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because honestly, let's be real. She's a little bit of a mother figure, but she's also kind of useless at times when it comes to having a home.
Just a bad big sister vibe. And
again,
wait, what? What's going on?
I was trying to pause it.
Who played the V?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Raymond, I saw in I don't know if it was like an article or whatever, but apparently when they were first conceiving of Ryoji, they were just going to call him Shinji. Like, she named him after her other son.
Oh, makes sense.
Okay, but and to be fair, in Rebuild, the incest subplot with them kind of falls by the wayside.
Of course they keep that going.
Well, yeah, that's because they fully went into the she's just his mother figure.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody is in a much healthier place in Rebuild.
Even Gendo,
and
even though he's still off.
Yeah.
What?
Even Gendo, yeah.
How is that possible?
Considering Gendo's endgame, I don't believe you.
Yeah, I was about to say, but we'll have to get into that a different time.
We'll talk about Ava later.
I was gonna say I really want to talk Ava now. Maybe we should change the stream.
Yeah.
But no, Joon the King. All right, so let's establish some things because I'm only a little bit familiar with Joon the King. He has recently popped on my radar because everyone else here talks about him. Who here would probably be the most familiar with him?
I watched several of his videos.
Same here.
Yeah, I would assume either me or Kaiser. I've viewed quite a few of his videos. I haven't seen some of his much older stuff, but Joon the King is, I don't know if I guess the closest thing that I could describe him as is basically like a drama YouTuber, but it's not like
A drama documentarian.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a
documentarian.
he's a post
he documents a lot of different kinds, and he's very thorough with a lot of his other kinds of videos as well. He's covered people like Cryotic, Quantum TV, Boogie 2988,
Wings
The
of
Completion,
Redemption, Low Tier
Ray
God.
Dev.
And his biggest one, well, one of the bigger ones that caught my interest because we were talking about her around that time, Lily Orchard.
Lily
was-
Orchard,
was the
obviously.
biggest, you know, that was the one.
And I did
went back and
did
finished
2
that
whole
one.
streams talking about it. You can watch it on my channel, of course. Those are still public, but not
Yeah,
monetized.
he's hit up
Oh yeah, he did his son too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he is
I'm waiting-
really thorough with a lot of his. This is why I hesitate to call him a drama YouTube, because you're right. He is a lot more of a documentarian. So like the Lily Orchard video, that's 2.5 hours long. His video on Yandere Dev is 2 hours 48 minutes.
There's
his
the Mr. Rainer
video on-
one, which is about an hour and a half.
Yeah, the Dr. Disrespect is an hour 20.
Very much in the same
one on-
vein as if anyone knows Down the Rabbit Hole. Very similar feel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Maybe
that-
even
I
more,
also
more
watched Down the
professional.
Rabbit Hole. He also did the Rise and Collapse of Rooster Teeth as well.
yeah,
That
he
was a really
did.
big
I
one.
remember that
Both-
video.
Both of them. He did 2.
Yeah.
I-
It falls so
I-
bad he had to do it
yeah.
twice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I reference both of those in my big retrospective because he does present a timeline I can work with.
And he
But-
goes to pretty like decent lengths to like find out answers on like certain things to give people as best an idea, as best a picture of the person that he's talking about. Sometimes even
Yeah.
like, I mean, he doesn't get a chance very often, but he will also often reach out to the very person who he's talking about. I know that he did an interview with Darkside Phil that he had several clips from in his 3.5 hour video on him, which is part of the reason why I'm very disappointed with his coverage of JelloApocalypse, because he did reach out to Jello, and
He got text emails.
yeah,
Wow.
it's
But
not.
yeah,
There is something very different about how he approaches his coverage to Jello compared to a lot of the other people who he's also covered. But we'll probably cover
that
this
is
Yeah,
true.
I would say one
Yeah.
thing I noticed a very distinct lack of that I noticed when I was watching the Lilly video is he had really gone through several lengths to get multiple different people's perspectives on the circumstance. And I have to imagine he reached out to Lilly for comment when he was making the video. I can't imagine he wouldn't.
Right.
Because like I even then, considering the topic circumstances, I can see why someone would be hesitant to. So if he didn't, maybe he didn't.
Yeah, the only person I know he didn't reach out to in that situation, at least as far as I am told, was Courtney Pete.
and to be honest, considering other factors, it's starting to make more and more sense why he didn't.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I can understand that part.
Am I
Which
not
again
up
surprises
on
me.
what's the drama there?
Oh, fuck! You remember?
Oh,
it's
That's
like-
a
it has
rabbit
to
hole
do-
in and of itself.
Yeah. To
Because, like, that
summarize,
involves
Oh, that even
the
I know that
KP
one.
stuff. You
Yeah.
know about I Love Kim Possible a lot?
yeah, the whole Saber Spark stuff. We did
Yeah.
the whole stream about that. So
Yeah, that's
Courtney
killing it.
went fucking crazy in response to all of that situation, and even way before that, and like her and Sai had a falling out for no real reason. I think we talked about that one time, just privately off stream. So she's just been on the bridge burning arc
Okay.
recently.
The thing with Courtney is that she has this attitude of her issue is the most important thing in the world,
Yeah,
and that everyone needs to bow to her and to go off of whatever talking point that she wants to go off of. And
Yeah,
if you're not a drama YouTuber and you might want to go after Lilly because of her bad media takes, then you are a bad person who just ignores all of the abuse that Lilly puts on people.
Yeah, which makes her
Just-
do really horrible things. Like, for example, during the live stream premiere of KP's video, there was somebody in the chat that was all like, hey, this video is kind of in poor taste. I'm kind of person who went through some of the stuff that's being alleged here. This is not okay. And Courtney was being absolutely horrible to her. She was like, if you don't like it, just leave. I'm like, bitch, what the fuck? Like, she thinks that, okay, because she allegedly went through what she did, that means, hey guys, I am the Lorax. I speak for the abused, you know, and then everybody has to follow what the fuck I say. That's how crazy she is.
Okay,
Right
all right.
Yeah, so basically burn the whole orchard tree is what we're saying here. Yeah, like I saw like the interviews with Mr. Ender for his vid on him. And yeah, like he does a lot. Sometimes his vids are even like apparently kind of positive. Apparently the Mr. Medicare one is positive and the Jessica Negri one is positive.
Well, yeah, because I
Yeah.
don't think Mr. Medicare or Negri have had like any major scandals. I mean, I know Medicare, he's like more of an edgy boy at times, but I don't think he's like he hasn't done anything worth super complaint.
Like the title for Mr. Medicare's video is the most famous internet troll, so he's just explaining who he is pretty much, and everything that he's done.
It's funny because a lot of at least some of the negative reception, the bad comments I've seen on this video are like, oh no, he's just running troll defense like with Mr. Medicare.
Mr. Medicare wasn't in a professional context told to do a job and then willfully disregarded it and gleefully bragged about it. Like,
yeah.
And then called someone else in a similar industry a pedophile.
Has done. Apparently, a lot of the people who disliked this video also hated that video because they fucking hate that guy.
I understand people hate him, but like to my knowledge,
different situations.
It's different.
Yeah. I don't know any of the context there, but yeah, this vid. It's basically, it's mainly 3 sections. There's everything else. There's
the rise of JelloApocalypse, the vote. There's the vote video backlash. We can't forget about that.
Yeah, but that's kind of in the everywhere else camp for the most part.
RWBY backlash.
That doesn't get like that's not like one of the 2 big focuses. It's like, it's everything else. And then the 2 things we're really here for that we have complaints with.
I'm just trying to figure out where we should start just to make sure we all get a, like, I don't want to like completely, we'll just start it and see where it goes.
Sure.
And hopefully we can get through it in a timely fashion. 'Cause there's a lot in here that's not objectionable, but there are things in here that will be disappointing and we will point them out.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, Alfonso, you're right. Chris Chan did appear in that premiere video.
Oh yeah, in KP's video. Yep, he did. I think we mentioned that last time when we were talking about it.
Yeah.
Volume.
Hope this isn't copyright.
Lovely Complex,
Hopefully.
more
Fingers
specifically
crossed.
the English dub released in 2024, received a large wave of criticism after one of its adapters disparaged the original work and gloated about how much it improved it. Quote, "We made it good. This show sucked. I think we turned an unremarkable and frustrating 3 out of 10 show into a pretty funny and mostly watchable 7 out of 10. Unquote. This was thrust into the forefront of the ongoing conversation of what the role of an adapter should be. Accuracy versus modernization, faithfulness versus entertainment. This arrogance encouraged examination of Jello's own works, which largely consist of hypercritical satirical videos that arguably blend comedy with personal criticism. It is undeniable that Jello has always been outspoken, namely with his infamous, now deleted vote video.
Vote, vote, vote.
And here we already are starting to see like what he's trying to frame this video around is that Jello is outspoken and that's why he's getting all this backlash.
Yeah, there's all this, little fluff about, most of the videos that covering him are I forget what his exact words were, but like some comedy masking as criticism or something like. It feels like it kind of underplays a lot of the criticisms that are faced towards him. And
I mean, I was miffed when he was talking about the vote video because, like, we'll get to it, but like he tried to underplay the reasons people were pissed about it. And it's like it feels like Joon, like I don't know if I feel like he willingly missed the target. It's like he's just off to the side. It's
very weird. Like I can't imagine him acting this way during the whole Lily Orchard situation. I almost want to say that the reason why he was not as on the money on this front in comparison to his other videos is because he's covering a substantially less bad person.
I
Yeah.
feel like maybe he doesn't realize that there is still a lot of weight to what happened.
Yeah, he's been blackpilled by all these fucking lolcows, right? So
Yeah, and these monstrous human beings, and we can't even blame like any partisanship because like we know how hard he went on Hassan, and Hassan and Jello are both like left, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure Jello's also left. We can't even blame like, he's being biased towards the left.
But the thing that I have going for me with this entire thing is that like he in his own like re-upload of this particular video, he's still like arguing with people saying like X, Y, and Z about say Jello, and he's just like, no, this commenter is lying because I totally talked about this at this particular time code in this particular section, and there was only insinuations, there was nothing bad.
Oh yeah,
what do you think an insinuation is?
All right, guys, we'll be looking at the comments. Trust me.
All I'll say is that I feel like a fair amount of comments did miss the mark, but that probably wouldn't have happened if he had gone about this better, if he had framed it more clearly.
The Orange Man says, from the last super, let's say neutral Goku like redo 130. Also, would you fight, befriend, or breed said alien?
I mean, if they're a woman, I would try to breed them. I'll take one for the team for humanity. I'll take one for
I am now imagining you've seen Galaxy Quest.
Dang. Oh my god!
The very just like I'm just imagining you just like suddenly these tentacles like just like latching onto you and pulling you.
He said a neutral Goku like, so they're fully humanoid. Okay, listen, I'll take one for the team.
I think
guys.
He was describing their disposition.
I'll take one for the team anyway. Joking.
I'll pick befriend.
Yeah, I have no problem befriending them. If it's actually Goku, what the fuck would I do wanting to fight him?
I wouldn't want to fight him. I'd like to talk to him. I wouldn't want to fight him or like
would
pay
love
his bills.
for him to train me.
Yeah, like it's
honestly,
like, are you stupid? That guy could kill you in like one punch.
I thought you were stronger.
The typical flack any political video gets was criticized for the lack of causal links in the information it presented. This video will go through Jello's history and
it also demonized an entire side of the political spectrum.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's about the fact that, hey, here's funny YouTuber, anime, cartoon, video game guy telling you what to do in your own life about voting for the next president. Like, that's fucking out of place.
It wasn't even that. It was just the midterms. So it wasn't even the president. It was just...
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah, it was during the freaking midterms. Oh, my God.
I have the same opinion of like Robin Williams when it comes to should you talk about issues. No, we are jesters on the internet and we talk about things. We are not equipped to like talk about that sort of stuff at all.
Like I have no problem mentioning what like and I do keep back the politics here on like the channel and such. But like I have my opinions. I'm sure everyone here on the panel has their opinions. Everyone has their opinions, and I have no problem with someone expressing their opinions. It's when I'm not going to try and reach out and convince you of my ideas because that's not my job. Yeah. My job is to entertain you guys. My job is to be fun, funny, happy man talking on the internet, discussing these things and screaming occasionally. So it's like it felt radically out of place for him to make a video about politics and the level of like weight he put on it, and then to then use
and
that
the fact
to
that he was
demonize.
being. Yeah, he was being a fucking pussy too, because he didn't just come out and say, "Hey, vote against Trump. I don't care who it is. Just vote against that guy." You know, like that wouldn't be much better, but at least he wouldn't be such a freaking coward about it. But no, he has to be super pretentious about it and demand people read between the lines.
Wanna know what the saddest thing about all that is?
What?
nowadays that would kind of just be run of the mill, considering all the fuckers we have to deal with nowadays.
Yeah. To explain briefly,
Like even outside.
Josh Thomas More knew what are midterms. So just try and give brief breakdown. The way American national elections work is that it happens kind of in a 2-year cycle, where you have every 4 years we elect a president, but we also vote for who's in our governmental body, like the Senate, the Congress, or the House of Representatives, which, both of those make up the Congress. We vote for those every 2 years in different blocks, and every 4 years we vote for president, who kind of is the chief of the executive branch. So it's just we kind of stagger things out, and that's kind of part of the intended purpose of the bureaucracy, to try and reduce the amount of control and power any one given entity in the government has, to reduce the amount of tyranny. That's like the intended purpose behind that. So yeah,
I think the thing that I didn't like about the vote video, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Kaiser, is that it did feel very cowardly. What I don't like about it is that it was masked as, because if it were in like the opposite way, I would feel the same way.
Dude, that shit would be canceled the very second it came out.
It's when you try to present an idea that is very specifically targeting, you are trying to talk to both sides. You want everyone to vote. You are not specifically telling people, you can, but you're not only telling people on your side of the plane to vote, you're telling everyone to vote, but you're presenting it in a way that is very condescending to the people who don't.
You're speaking at both sides of your mouth. You're being two-faced. Dude, imagine if Synthetic Man made the same video, but for the other side.
I would imagine he probably has.
And I mean,
I was gonna say, Synthetic Man's never worn a mask.
And the way I see it is, if you want to talk down to like people who disagree with you, this.
At least be honest about it.
It's
at least be
funny.
honest.
Well, no. Here's the way I see it: it's if you're gonna talk down to someone, it's fine, but it's like you're not. Don't do it in like a place where you're trying to talk to everyone. Like, don't act like you are trying to get people on this big universal kind of issue, because you're not going to. Because turns out when you talk like passive aggressively, even a little bit, it's going to drive people away from you.
I was going to say, like, his entire thing was like, everyone should go out and vote, but you should vote my way. As opposed to saying like, hey, Democrats, go vote. Republicans, just sit at home. Like, if he had said that, it would have been way better.
The other way around.
It would have been.
It's just pretentious and condescending and just insulting if someone from the right was saying the exact same thing to the people to the left. If you're going to talk about
the only vote video that I care about is the one that was made by the creators of 16.
But ultimately, my biggest problem came down to is this is nowhere. It has never been his place. It's never like he immediately took a step in politics, and it's like I dislike it when a creator I come to, like if Markiplier were to do something like this, even if it was something like on whatever side that I prefer at the time, I would be like, that's weird. No, stop doing this. I don't come to you for political talk. Remember when JonTron did that?
Actually. Well,
oh my god!
God, we do not want to talk about when JonTron did that. That was a disaster.
I mean, granted, that was a tweet. That wasn't a video, but still.
To give an example,
it was both.
Okay. I was gonna say, to give an example of, I believe there's a YouTuber out there that I think it did it decently well. Have you guys heard of Doug?
I haven't heard of him.
I mean, I've heard of the name.
He's a Twitch coder. Crazy guy. He does a lot of like mod challenges and such, but he does outright say in like second channel videos, I have opinions on politics, so I'm going to make a completely separate channel and a completely separate podcast with the express purpose of it being marketed as, hey, if you want to hear my political takes, you can come here. If you don't, that's fine, just stay on the YouTube channel.
That's
fine. They don't do that. Why don't they do that?
Yeah, so that's basically infinitely better than what people do nowadays. Freaking dipshits like Chibi, Rev, Asmongold, all them who just decide to become more and more political commentators while still commentating on all the other stuff all the time.
Don't go mentioning Asmongold. We're going to be seeing him today.
yeah,
we will. He appears in this video. Oh wait, because he talked about the lovely complex stuff.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
To be honest,
Okay.
I
So here's an
entirely hate
interesting
his
thing.
coverage of that, but still.
Remember what I said about him interviewing other people about the different types of things? He didn't talk to anyone about. He got in clips from different people's videos and streams about this topic, including Ant, who we invited on, but he was busy today, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So like, but you know, there is one that actually does pop up. There's a stream that pops up in his footage that weirdly he doesn't pull any clips from for some reason. I find it interesting.
I'm sure they're nobody.
I'm sure they're nobody.
Totally.
We don't know anyone there. We don't know anyone.
June wouldn't
Absolutely
pass
not.
up like a perfectly good opportunity to hear someone else's
Absolutely.
Yeah,
not.
he wouldn't reach out to someone who might know more than him on a given topic.
Yeah,
and
not
cover some more
small
through
fry
it.
people, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
It's
people
funny.
who are in his Discord or anything. It's not like I'm in his Discord or something.
You know, it's funny because there's a comment, and one of his comments does insinuate he did watch that video.
Oh, really?
No, but
What?
basically didn't. Yeah, like there's a like he
Apparently, did you share this with Kaiser and I? I think I know the tweet you're talking about.
He didn't talk to me. He didn't tell me about this. That's news to me.
I'm very sure like it was in that one comment that Twi responded to someone saying, "Oh, go watch Team Jack, like their vid."
Oh, right.
Oh,
Yeah.
that yeah.
that one.
Well,
It's
I
like
know.
unless I'm reading it wrong, I could be reading it wrong, but that does kind of imply that he did kind of just watch the vid, but didn't really have anything to say about it specifically that he didn't feel more strongly was represented by other examples of vids he had problems with.
All right,
That's
let me
really
see.
weird.
We're almost done with the intro, and then now that we're done with the intro, we'll probably skip right to the lovely complex stuff.
That's
Cool.
probably the best.
Because
Probably.
frankly speaking, we've covered the issues on the
RWBY.
vote stuff, and RWBY.
And the
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't really care about stuff like so this is Adventure Time minor controversy or like
So-
some other
Yeah, who
stuff.
gives a shit?
Also to
No, let's
we,
make
we
this
can,
a
we, can,
two-parter.
we can fold that into our Oda discussion at the end.
Yeah,
Sure.
like a final thing
Yeah,
before
fair.
we go through. The one thing that I wanted to point out for the video, the lovely complex thing lasts somewhere around. Let me do a quick
30
math.
minutes.
Like good, yeah, long time. The Oda outrage is like 2.
Yep, it's
Wow.
infinitesimal. Like
What?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
it's a few minutes.
the lovely complex
What the
stuff
fuck?
goes from 1918 to 4228. Oda lasts from 4430 to 4648. It gets lip
That's-
service.
That's
And he uses
wow.
that
Really does.
one bit to defend against all the comments calling it out.
Are you fucking serious? Okay.
Yeah.
well, we
Yeah,
need to get into
yeah,
this
yeah.
fast.
So let's finish up this intro.
Attempt to understand how this all came to be, what Jello changed, and what the aftermath of it all was. The channel JelloApocalypse.
Okay, this is the history. We know channel what he made the so there's something about series and
Yeah.
whatever. Also, it should be noted this is a re-upload of the original video because he got basically age restricted because of headlines he put in the video. Which
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, number one rival, to be fair, I would not blame him if he did blame it on the RWBY community. I mean, like, it would be wrong, but fuck that community more than most.
We'll get there, Parker. Don't worry.
That we
I
have
am not looking forward to them when I
plans
do
to
my
make.
thing.
We've gotten really busy with other stuff. I'm working on more video
So
game
basically, just to get a cap, he's covering the history of all the different things that happened and how he wants to transition away from so that's his basically series, into doing more voice acting work, which he has regularly been doing. He has been in the Brendan Blabber, JelloApocalypse has been in the anime industry for a little bit as a voice actor. And supposedly, I guess, a writer or director. He's been there in different miscellaneous jobs for a little while now. That's what we're about to head into here.
Yeah,
Videos
and
like
also,
the
you know, Epithet Erased. He was also like full steam ahead on that.
Yeah, that's
So that was gonna of course take time
Yeah.
away from this.
Bugs in Love and Miles is a Robot series, and more than anything, I'm focusing on my voice acting career and writing more stuff for Epithet Erase.
At the time of that video's release, Jello had already started working on Lovely Complex. Over the course of its production, as more and more hands were on deck, this was viewed as a passion project, an unremarkable 3 out of 10 show, to then a bastardization of art. But what was it really? At its core, it is an anime, one targeted at adolescent girls. It is also known as Love Com, which conveniently fits its romantic comedy genre. The story
I guess just because it's comedy, love comedy, that's the, I guess. I don't know what that, like, that was just a weird thing, like, wait, what do you mean by that?
It comes off as just like, it's a good marketing name.
Yeah.
What's the over under here?
Whatever.
Also,
I
a number
don't
one
care.
rival. Don't worry. He does not do that. But he does basically combat some of the conceptions people have about like whether he maliciously spoiled Volume 7.
Yeah, which I think
And-
was just coincidence. I actually believe him on that.
Yeah.
Even though it's
Yeah, I will also believe him on that, especially because Joon did give evidence to that, and it's like, well, okay, like, sure. Like, there's no real need to fight over something like that, especially when you do have his notes of saying, like, several different characters just on a random, and then it just happens to pick a character that will appear in that season.
Yeah.
the RWBY community is bad, but I've seen worse. I've seen the horror that is the Loud House community. Why is it?
I don't.
Guys, I just what the fuck is the Loud House? And like
I have no idea.
It's just a comedy show about a kid having to live with a bunch of sisters. It's just that a lot.
Why is it like an
you watch
eldritch
it
horror
are-
that's constantly on like the peripheral of my vision, constantly
Yeah,
haunting the corners of my
the fans are
existence?
messed up beyond belief.
Yeah.
And I, if I remember correctly, didn't that also somewhat? I don't remember if maybe some of the creators were scuffed too, but all I know is that some weird shit happened in general. The show kind of went downhill in a lot of people's eyes, and things got weird very fast.
I don't remember any of that, but all I could say is, listen, if you thought the brony community was bad, you have not heard.
I'm good.
No.
I do know for a fact that the brony community is very bad, and like unless if you guys are saying that there's like a predator around every corner in the Loud House community, then you know, not comparable.
That's about what I've heard. That's
Oh,
about what
yeah.
I heard.
Oh,
Erotix
goodness.
said, Chanar, that's what happened? That's the creator's a sexual predator. Oh. If that's true,
okay,
yeah, I
but the
forgot about
creator being the sexual predator, and then like every other person in the brony community, pretty much like 1 out of 10 being a predator.
Like, no, I was talking about the fandoms. To be clear, I didn't.
Fat
know
Man,
about
you're
the-
on
about the
blast.
creator.
But yeah, no, oh god. But yeah, no. This is sounding a lot like the Undertale community. Specific parts of it.
Okay.
The story revolves around Risa, a teenage girl who stands at 5'7". The average height of a Japanese man is also 5'7". Risa is insecure about her height. She
Also, by the way, just want to make a joke about this to lighten the mood. That's short.
sees herself as lacking in femininity because
And not Japanese
yet she
short.
falls for Otani, a class member who is 5 inches shorter at 5'2". Though she often prattles about how disadvantaged she is and constantly teases Otani for his own height, and he returns the sentiment, she does not view his height as a shortcoming. There is a dissonance in the way she
pun
views
intended.
height. She constantly focuses on what she thinks she should be instead of what she is. And the first season of the show is her largely coming to terms with that. She is a teenage girl in a confusing time in her life who finds it difficult to translate her emotions. This show is licensed in North America by Discotek.
I was gonna say Twilight, since you
Yeah.
are the most familiar, I think, of any of us with it. Would you say that's an accurate enough description of the show?
Yes, actually, I think that is a much more fair description of Lovely Complex without getting into too many plot details or any at all, really, than anything that Jello had said about the show. To be
Definitely
fair,
not.
like
Yeah.
Which will make
I mean, granted, that's not a high bar.
Which will make a little bit of Joon's analysis of what Jello said interesting to me.
Company that, per their Facebook intro, quote, licenses and releases anime and live-action Asian movies on VHS in North America, unquote. This is not entirely true. The company has more recently placed a focus on Blu-rays. Discotek...
I'm sorry, I need to pause here, because, like, when I heard that from June, I'm like, did you just, well, actually me in the middle of your own fucking video? What the fuck, asshole? That's weird.
Well, yes, but actually.
Look, he has resting well actually voice.
He really does.
Also,
Like-
JetRX525 EPO based mention.
Hey,
he
Celtic,
has-
where would you like to go, Silent Hill or Australian? Motherfucker, Silent Hill is a free trip of therapy or death, okay? Like, it's either or, and I am down for that. You telling me I get to beat the shit out of my own mental illnesses? Yes, please.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, they say.
Exactly.
Preserves
But
and
it-
disseminates copies of all Japanese media. They've been doing this for about 2 decades. This is their website from 2007. Then this is their current website. It has not even updated the old Twitter logo. The important thing about Discotek is that they are the North American distributor to Lovely Complex. The series already had a release with English subtitles. Yet in early 2021, as per this email with Jello, quote, the CEO of Sound Cadence, Amber Lee Connors, arranges with Discotek Media, the American distributor, to create a dub for the 2007 romantic comedy Toei series Lovely Complex. Amber is a personal fan of the show. Discotek is not initially looking to produce a dub for it, so Amber convinces them to do it at a discount rate, but over a much longer period of time than a normal dub would take.
I need to ask a question. Where did he get this timeline from?
I
I'm
don't
not
remember.
sure.
He never.
does he-
Unfortunately, Jello does not cite sources.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Ever.
is this the timeline Jello provided?
I don't remember. I don't. I think some of it is, but not all of it.
Venom Wi-Fi. Hi, Ant. Just wondering what I missed so far. Well, you missed the fact that Ant isn't here.
Yeah, you missed.
unfortunately.
We all missed Ant.
Yeah, we all missed Ant.
No, Ant missed us. Ant missed
we
us.
Pretty
we,
much.
we wanted Ant
He's-
here,
he's
but he
been
couldn't
Dive,
join.
he's dodging.
But since he is actually in this video, we had him hopefully promote for us a little bit, because we wanted him here, wanted to make sure his followers know we're kind of in his camp on this. Someone just mentioned also Australia has the ability to rain spiders. I do not want to deal with that, and I don't have an app. You know, I'm right there with you, Silent Hill.
Fuck that.
Always.
Yo, if there's a freaking spider NATO, I'm running. I'm getting out of there.
Spoiler mate.
A spider NATO.
A spider NATO. What the fuck? They're like unionized to like to measure their weapons. I didn't read.
From my understanding, it was that, or no dub at all. To make up for the cut production budget, Amber planned to voice the main character entirely for free. Her then partner, Howard, will play the other lead as a favor to Amber. Also,
You know
for
what? I
free.
think that this is from Jello, because he's the only one that I've ever heard say it's Netflix's Tall Girl if it was an anime.
Yeah.
yeah, that was straight from his
Yeah.
Patreon.
I
That's
imagine.
familiar.
Sorry.
It's not. It's not Netflix's Tall Girl by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh hell no! Even from what I saw, that is an insult to fucking Lovely
Yeah.
Complex. Holy shit!
Yeah.
But yeah, freaking. Like I think some of it. I think some of it maybe he got from Jello, like more directly as opposed to.
Well, I'm
the doc,
I'm
unless
pretty
I'm
sure
misremembering, because I don't remember
he had an email.
all of that being in the doc.
It was established earlier, but he has email correspondence to clarify things with Jello.
Yeah.
He probably got it. That's what I say. He probably got it from there.
I'm pretty sure also he has said that he's had previous correspondence with Jello prior to needing to contact him to make this video too.
Oh,
Which is why,
Yeah.
like, I could be misremembering, but from what I remember of this video, he admits that, which makes me think that he has a bit of a
bias.
connection to Jello.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a bias.
Maybe
A conflict of interest.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would need to be disclosed, which I feel like if it was kind of muddled in that way, because like it was like an offhanded mention that they had previous contact. There was no disclosure. Hey, me and him were kind of tight, so.
Similarly, Marissa Lenti will direct and write the show's adaptation at Amber's request free of charge. With these major positions being done pro bono, the studio would have just enough money to produce the dub. Unquote. It was in April of that year that Jello talked with Marissa about writing the adaptation. Jello, seeking to gain experience, joins Marissa in writing, but production was troubled and slow.
Okay, but here's an interesting thing that I've noticed. Brandon said nothing about him doing it pro bono.
Yeah.
So he was paid.
Yeah.
He
To be fair, I think in the document he basically said this was an unpaid position of some kind. Or no, he said he volunteered. He said he volunteered.
Yeah, he said he volunteered for it. He didn't say he didn't get paid.
Yeah, I was gonna say volunteer does not mean not paid. Strictly speaking,
You could be a paid volunteer.
you can.
Yeah, you can.
I guess he didn't really disclose if he was. Or
I will
wasn't.
presume he didn't, and he just wanted to do this for experience, and we'll take that at its word. But it's.
It's not a
Jello
guarantee.
estimates
Yeah.
that they did one episode a month. This, for a period, got better, and in 2022,
Oh, this visual. This is Jello's visual, right?
I think so.
This feels.
Possibly?
This feels.
I have no idea.
Weird to me. Like it feels derisive of the show.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that
I was
feels
about
that
to-
way, or am I just kind of like it's like, oh, Risa tall, Otani short. That's the heart and soul of this entire show.
Yeah, it's basically breaking down the show into the core premise of it, which no show is only just its premise, guys. Like the majority of the show is more like Arisa figuring out that she has feelings for Otani and then struggling with whether or not she should confess her feelings for him. And then when she does and gets rejected because he's a fucking idiot and he doesn't even realize that she is confessing to him because he has so much of a hang up over the fact that he's short, that she has to try everything in her power to tell him, no, my feelings for you are genuine.
But I was gonna say,
honestly,
this is
interesting.
This is a small detail in terms of, but it feels.
Yeah,
One of the things that I feel that Joon really misses is any kind of reverence for the show itself on his own part. Like it feels like it's secondary to the heart of the conflict as opposed to being at the center of it.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say maybe it's because it's hashtag current year, right? But a part of me wonders if Joon made this part with AI. I know he probably
did. I'm fairly sure he did, Kaiser, because the Lily Orchard video does have AI assets in it, unfortunately. That is my one major problem with that.
Look at that tiny, tiny cup.
A gloriously tiny cup.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen ones like that from Starbucks.
You have?
So-
I'm sorry.
What's the word for microscopic in fucking Spanish?
So the one thing that I really want to kind of discuss, because we have talked about Jello's apparent his attitude towards women and female creators and female characters, especially when it comes to Risa and the creator of Lovely Complex. There just in general is this dismissal toward anything that is leaning towards a female audience, especially when it comes to shoujo. And Lovely Complex is no different, with how Jello treats it, with how dismissive that Joon is towards it, because as we'll hear from his own mouth later on, he doesn't think that this issue is that big of a deal because it's a niche audience, as though
but yeah, as if you shouldn't take pride in your fucking work.
as though women aren't 51% of the population of the globe,
Also,
of the entire world.
This actually does go to something that I did find was missing in June's coverage. Like, he doesn't at all acknowledge how blatantly misogynistic Jello is, like, at all.
Yeah,
in fact, there's
oh
a document
God.
that I used in my partial coverage from someone named Caitlin Moore, like, who tears into that document incredibly hard because of just how aggressively
so.
sexist Jello is.
Yeah,
And even
exactly.
and the mangaka.
And even putting those things aside, like, fact of the matter is it is kind of a big deal that someone who is within the industry says all this kind of shit about the show in his own freaking platform, which is not only incredibly unprofessional, but reveals a lot about his attitude towards, you know, the art in general, that honest to God should not be allowed within those spaces. Because if you're being this fucking dickish about your job and self-aggrandizing, you shouldn't fucking have it.
Yeah.
That's the fact of the matter.
To point something out, Axel, shouldn't it be 50%? No, you are more likely to have a daughter than a son. That's just biology.
Yep.
Yeah, true.
So you have to remember.
Which honestly, if you want to go purely, hey, our species needs to survive, we need more women. I just one man can get a lot of women pregnant. One woman cannot get pregnant from many men. That's just how biology works.
Anyway, but moving on from that, the dismissal of more than half the population, and frankly, let's be honest, when we look at history, there's a lot of really famous female creatives out there that would probably have a word about this.
I will say that he's probably just talking about the fact. I imagine it's less going on based the fact that it's a shoujo, and more so the fact that this is not by any means in current day like a popular anime. Like I haven't.
Doesn't matter.
I have never heard about it until recently, and it's like, all right, it very. I understand, like, like it has a high popularity number because it was definitely popular back when it came out, but it's like, I get the idea that maybe the average new anime fan wouldn't have really heard of it, and maybe some of them only hear about it for the first time with this fiasco.
No. June specifically says that it's not important because the audience is niche. Because it is a niche property.
Right back. You guys
not because it's not popular, not because newer anime fans wouldn't have heard of it, specifically because it is from a niche genre that nobody would care about under any other circumstance. And that is that is what I'm discussing, because I think that is incredibly inappropriate and incredibly dismissive of anyone just because this doesn't fall under what he considers to be important.
Yeah, it's also just anime that not a lot of people care about. A lot of people really care about this anime.
It's also just factually wrong because shoujo and especially rom-com
they make up the bulk of the anime genre. Yeah.
No, like not. I mean, even outside of that, that is not. Those are not niche. Those are not like
not even close.
Culture. They're not subculture tier like a harems are.
Yeah, like, fact of the matter is, even with all that aside, like, so what if it's not that big? Like, this is part of the larger conversation by his admission about the whole, subs and dubs things, about the ethics of localizing. And this very clearly breaks those ethics. It reveals a pervasive, unhelpful, and unprofessional attitude within the industry itself, straight from the freaking shit-eating horse's mouth. And, caught in 4K. We have the right to be angry about it because we're the fucking customers. We're the market for this. We want. It's not like we're saying that dubs should have to be 100% like one-to-one with the Japanese, but you have to keep the spirit of what the original intent is. Because if you're willing to skirt by on quote unquote niche shows like these, right? Who's to say you wouldn't do the same thing for like a Jujutsu Kaisen or a Demon Slayer or My
A
Hero or some
Bleach,
shit like that?
Naruto.
And I
Yeah.
wanna
Guys,
say
if
that,
I
like,
may, there is a very popular show that got a huge amount of controversy for one line change. If anyone remembers Dragon Maid, which is a favorite of mine, I do very much love that manga and that anime. Where in the original, you have Lucoa, who, for the record, is the fucking Aztec goddess Quetzalcoatl, or Quetzal, whatever. She goes by
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, Jinx owe me a soda.
Yeah.
But she has not been summoned since ancient Aztec times, and she shows up dressed differently than she normally does, and she's questioned about it. And she says in the original, people were staring at me, so it was recommended that I should change it, change into something else. I should, but I don't quite understand it. She's confused about the modern dress standards of the day. In the English dub, they have her say things about the patriarchy, about outdated patriarchal standards.
Patriarchal societal demands, I think, was the specific
like
line.
And it's like,
which makes no sense for her character.
It's an entire argument that's based around the fact that if, as already said, if you're willing to script this, then you are fine with doing a lot of other things.
Yeah, and that's
also
one
the
of the
argument
biggest anime out there at the time.
Argument of it's not popular, so there it's okay. Just because you say it's not popular, if you follow that line of logic, you go to some very, very bad places.
Like what about some, uncut gems that a lot of people don't watch, but some people actually really care about? Did their taste not matter?
Yeah, this is exactly what happened with stuff like that dog ecchi show that people that's the main thing it's known for. And like, I will say that he barely touches upon this conversation at all. He more so just like brings it up as like, oh, this happens. It's part of that whole localization conversation, but he doesn't really go into that at all, really.
No. Or acknowledge that, or even if you disagree that it's that big of a deal, at least be accurate about what people are mad about.
Yeah, it's like he basically he brings it up as just sort of like a background context, sort of to mention that. But yeah, I will say that that whole thing with Lumcom is an anomaly among an anomaly. Like, even by the standards of bad localization jobs, that is a huge anomaly within like the past 10, 15 years.
Yeah,
there have been some examples, so I do feel that a lot of the way people covered that, like the whole, he's just revealing what localizers think, is actively bad faith and disingenuous.
Sure.
But there are some people who do think that way, then they have deserved to get sacked.
Yeah. I when I said that before, I was saying that in terms of like, there were certain attitudes from individual actors within the industry. Yeah. I do disagree that it's as widespread as many people make it out to be, but there's clearly a problem there and people are reacting to it. Whether or not you think it's a big deal doesn't fucking matter. You're supposed to be showing the facts and document the situation as it stands. Right?
Yeah, like he more so kind of just brings it up as like, and this is part of that conversation. Yeah, like he doesn't. I would have liked
Sean Foldark, I need you to elaborate. What do you mean there's a big difference between Dragon Maid and 4Kids? Okay. Look, scale, sure. There was a lot more edits and censorship in 4Kids. However, the fact that there is censorship and at all is the problem.
Well, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's actually less. It's less of a difference than you think, because there was a lot of changes in the Dragon Maid dub that I've seen some people break down and have so many mixed opinions on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, I find it very weird to mention like the old dubs of the 90s and the early 2000s, because that was a different time in anime. Like Funimation, love them or hate them for what they are, they did kind of bring the modern sensibilities for dubbing into out of niche areas of anime dubbing and into a wider fandom of sorts. They standardized dubbing in that sense. So before, so prior to Funimation getting big and becoming this mainstream thing, for lack of a better term, mainstream is still in the niche, the niche communities.
Yeah.
Dubbing was mostly done specifically for the audience on TV. So if you have a show that you want to have for like 4-year-olds, it doesn't matter if Japanese doesn't have a concept of swearing, so they have words like shit and ass in it. Even for a little kid's show, you're going to change that and stuff like that. You're also going to change what is in that show for the sensibilities of the 4-year-old that you're showing the show to. And it's the same for Digimon, for Pokemon, for Card Captors. Even though that Card Captors dub was a complete shit show. Let's be honest. Like they took a show meant for girls and they're like, yeah, but we want more boys to watch this dub. So we're gonna butcher it until it's more appealing to boys.
The patriarchy.
All right. Well,
how about Sailor Moon and like some of the weird censorship they did with that weirdly makes one specific relationship a lot weirder and more taboo.
Well, no, I know that's the famous one, but my favorite one is Fisheye, who is a male character, but they didn't want to cross-dress her, so they called her a woman. But then there's an entire episode where she has her tits out because it's a man. It's supposed to be a man like taking his shirt off, but it's like, oh, so now it's just a flat-chested woman running around.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Like we had actually gotten a lot of the original voice actors for Sailor Moon at an anime convention a number of years ago, including Sugarland Beard, the host of YTV and also the voice of Rini. And they were actually mostly talking about how they actually never wanted to make those changes, but it's
with
mid-90s
obligations, network obligations. They were essentially forced to make those changes. Whereas with modern stuff, that's completely different.
Yeah, they had said that the show would have been canceled unless if they had made these changes.
Exactly.
And the show had been canceled multiple times and nearly canceled multiple times. So you can already see, even with those changes, Sailor Moon, for as popular as it was, for as beloved as it was constantly on a wire's edge.
It was.
So back to Joon's video, just because I feel like we're going to be discussing a lot of this cyclically.
It got far worse.
Probably, but
keeping the production together was an absolutely nightmare for Marissa, and really wore on her over several long months, unquote. About a year later, production was nearly complete. Quote, unfortunately, at the start of January, Marissa is struck with a severe illness that resulted in pain so severe her body seizes up. She is hospitalized and unable to move. The dub has been in production nearly 2 years at this point and must be finished soon. Marissa is really worried her illness would be the final nail in the coffin that would prevent the project from being complete. So I volunteered to take over her directing duties for her. I am the only person who has an adjustable enough schedule, knows the show well, and is willing to do work for free. I covered direction on the last series for just the lead actors. Everything else was done by Marissa. With everything narrowly coming together, the dub is finished and sent off to Discotek, then to Toei for several rounds of approval, unquote.
I love how he slips that in, like that suddenly makes everything okay, because here's an interesting thing, guys. Toei and their Japanese translators, they don't always get things right. Sometimes things fly by them. So,
just
just putting that out there.
Oh man, the worst. The Abe. I know how bad they were. Studio Kara was when it came to the stuff with Ava in that regard.
Oh yeah, right.
Famous,
that was its own fiasco, which is why like we had like those big the decent sized controversy we had with the dub changes and sub changes for the next.
I was gonna say we watched the original ADV and it was fine.
Good.
It was good. It was a solid dub of it, and it. Okay. I remember we accidentally one episode it flipped over to the Netflix, and the only reason the performances were fine, but I'm like, this sounds weird. And then she said, the third children's, and I'm like, that's not right.
Yeah, I remember Ant's video on that actually, like criticizing that stuff and being a pretty solid one.
But
Alan?
it was something that Ano insisted happen. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Dan Murakami also like was the one in charge of some of the translations for that stuff. And I know
Do you
it's
see that
hard,
Dark Star?
like,
Yeah, we got Dead Rex.
no, not Dan
Oh,
Murakami.
what?
I'm thinking of Dan
What's
someone
the art?
else. Like, maybe I'm probably getting the name wrong entirely. He was like Dan Arachnado. But yeah, I know they were also like they were the ones that forced basically didn't they force a redub of the third Rebuild movie?
I don't know.
I
don't
can't
know.
say.
Like I think I remember. Yeah, no, they did. They straight up did because they hated the changes and hated the audiences laughing at certain jokey parts. So yeah, no, they forced a whole ass redub that significantly toned down the cursing, among other things.
Oh, that's lame. All right.
acknowledge the art, Serial.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Oh my god,
I'm gonna
that's an
actually.
Arachnator.
Oh man.
Alrighty.
Oh no, people are gonna start calling me cereal, but with a C again.
Many months later, Toei finally approves a dub and Discotek moves to produce the Blu-ray. It was in October of 2023 that Discotek announced the dub of Lovely Complex. As a voice cameo from content creator Moist Critical.
I didn't realize this until just now. I like you.
Finally, in January 2020,
That was real, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't know much about the. Okay, so that was like
That
that was like an
fake.
abridged thing. That was an actual.
Yeah, no,
Oh my God.
he got to voice a character in a Otome game Risa was playing.
That's actually kind of
He basically
funny.
did like a he did the equivalent of like
It's a gag,
those
yeah.
bad 80s.
It's 100%
those
a
bad,
gag.
Yeah, so it was like those bad 80s to early 2000s dubs of video games. He went for that basically.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I mean, the guy did well done.
That's still
releases.
funny.
We
And
got
Jello
it the
finishes
first 3
contract
times that
work
you
with
said
Sound
it.
Cadence on an entirely separate project, meaning that Jello has effectively finished working with Sound Cadence. Nothing likely would have come of any of this. This was a dub made for a very niche audience. It needed several special
See?
favors and a low rate
Well-
to even be made. But one
Well, hold on just a second. A big reason for why this didn't come up until he decided to blab about it was because most of those changes didn't even make it to the dub.
Yeah.
No,
Well-
apparently a lot of them still did.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I think most of the
June-
big ones didn't.
Yeah, most of the big ones didn't, but still a lot of them did, and June even goes into them in this video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
and I
like-
imagine because I remember you had a really good talk about the trans character in the story.
Yeah, that was a
Um,
lot.
Adrian Parchman says Lilly did say that Samurai Pizza Cats is another good example of not needing accurate dubbing for the anime ranking video.
Oh yeah, she did say that. Yeah, she made like an anime ranking video, and she said,
Oh, that's
Yeah,
more
look-
at that rate. Like that and the Ghost Stories dub at that rate are more along the lines of what Power Rangers did for Super Sentai, which is a completely different thing to an actual dub.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, it's a Lily Orchard opinion. It literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, it can be discarded.
on Patreon
Lily
post
opinion.
changed
Yeah.
at all. Quote, February 10th, 2024. I have been bedridden for several days and cannot work, so I spent the day compiling a video of my favorite clips from the dub. After doing that, I decided to write up a post for my patrons about my work on the project and some of its troubled production. Personally, I believe there is a lot of merit to be had in transparency from people working in the entertainment industry. Many
True.
productions face bumps in the road, and I think one of the best ways to avoid those issues in the future is to share stories so readers can learn from them.
Yes.
However, I am a very blunt and critical person.
Okay, no, you're just an asshole.
I'm a
Yeah,
blunt
you're
and
just a
critical
cunt,
person.
Jello.
No, you're a fucking
So am I.
dick. You did
Yeah.
this because you thought you were better than the freaking anime. That's sad, dude.
This is what narcissistic, or at least just like incredibly conceited assholes say about themselves all the time. Just to downplay the fact that they are just these aggressively arrogant people who it's not just that, oh, they're outspoken. No, they have no filter. They choose to throw the
Exactly.
filter away.
Yeah, what's the narcissist prayer? That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, it's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. Yeah.
I am a very blunt person, but for the most part, I am not an asshole. Do you know what the difference is between those two? For one thing, a blunt person will not sugarcoat things. A narcissistic person who thinks that they're better than everyone else will outright say that, which is what he said about the lovely Complex creator and a lot of other creators that he has criticized, how he is so much better than them consistently. You can say that occasionally about like an author or a writer that you think is genuinely bad, but to consistently say it for like everything that you dislike and say that you are so much better than them, that is when it delves not into blunt and just into assholery.
Especially when you don't fucking apologize.
Well, it goes into like a number of different facets. For one, effectively speaking, even though you are so much further down the pipeline, this is a collaborator of yours you are speaking about. This is someone that you effectively worked on behalf of in some regard. Holy shit, this is so unprofessional to do. Unless they wronged you in some deep way, this is not how you talk about another person. Even if you dislike the work that they did, you have to use more careful language. You have to actually be more mindful about it, and you have to be very careful about personal attacks. So that's level 1 about it.
Yep.
Level 2 about it is you completely misunderstood the entire fucking show, but we will get to that point. So not only are you standing on an inappropriate level of commentary about this writer, you don't even understand what she fucking wrote because you didn't actually put yourself in the mindset of the target demographic.
And yet you thought you were better than them.
Yes.
You saw it as beneath you, despite you not understanding jack shit.
Do I hate Power Rangers? No. I love Power Rangers.
Why would he hate Power Rangers?
Power Rangers is awesome.
Yeah.
He's an arrogant asshole. That's his real problem. It's not that he's outspoken. He speaks out of his ass.
Also, even if he is...
there are things to be said about his ass later.
That's where he shoves his foot because he speaks with both sides of his mouth.
So that's it.
Let's keep it
They're
up.
completely self-righteous pricks.
Here we go.
It doesn't matter if they're woke pricks
I mean,
or
takes
not.
one to know
There's
one,
the
I
same
guess.
people that try to do this with other types of media too.
Quote, the text in my post isn't too different from how I speak in other Patreon posts.
It is the worst kind of arrogance to say that you know better than a writer. Your job is to make the writer's words work.
Oh, there you go, Raymond.
Yeah, there we go. I totally seen them.
And also, the text isn't too different from how I speak in other Patreon posts. Really, dude?
In that case, you're a twat in all posts. You're a twat in all
that's not the flex you think it is.
Like, oh, it's not that different from how I usually talk. Maybe you talk like a fucking asshole, and nobody likes you because you're a fucking asshole.
Well, my question is, why do people follow you then?
Yeah.
Also, hi, Ant.
This makes me wonder how.
Oh, hi, Ant.
This makes me wonder, like, how in the world do you manage to, I guess, mask that in a good chunk of your videos if you're that freaking blunt and shit? Like, you're clearly in control of your actions. You chose to do this. You didn't have to do this.
Yeah, and
shit.
so it's like, wait, do you talk shit about other people in these posts? Do we need to go through your other Patreon posts? Do we need to comb through?
Maybe he already deleted them.
I'd
Maybe
rather
he
not,
discarded the
honestly.
evidence.
But like,
and it probably just doesn't.
I was gonna say, like, it's just so frustrating because I take a lot of pride in my writing and my work for fixing RWBY. I do claim I have better writing than Miles and Carrie, that I am a better writer. I fully admit that it's an arrogant statement. I understand it is, but it's because I'm doing a lot of work to try and understand what they intended to do, and I'm trying to improve upon it.
Also, you're not dubbing RWBY.
Yeah, I'm also not professionally affiliated with them. And in fact, I have been downright fucking courteous of them because I've said nothing about the content of their character, which is another big thing that he will go on to say about the writer. It's a thing that Joon will not comment on. And trust me, it pisses me right the fuck off.
Yeah,
and you also just don't like go aggressively out of your way to like shit on everything about the show every single chance you get with as much vitriol as possible in your rewrites.
I'll put this also in perspective for Raymond to help out his point. He wouldn't be doing a rewrite like this if there wasn't some gold in them there hills.
Yes. There is a love and passion for the source material. Meanwhile, what I get from Jello is just abhorrence.
Yeah,
what you get from Jello is what people
completely
say.
Different story.
What you get from Jello is what your haters think your story is.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is why I take the Jello stuff very personally. It's like, wow, congratulations, asshole! You're making us all look bad.
Exactly. You're making
that's
hard.
the other.
That I remember saying this. Like he makes actual hard-working, localizers and dubbers look absolute fucking terrible.
Yeah. That's why they went so hard against him. Like, not even on, like, challenging his claims about the show himself, but just being like, dude, save that. If you hate the show, just save that for your personal stuff. Have a level of professional discretion and don't be like this.
Okay, so who else gets Asmongold and Moist Critical mix-up? Okay, well, it's very easy. Okay, so one has long hair, a very thick beard, and is constantly greasy while wearing a white shirt. And one has long hair, a pretty thick beard, and is pretty greasy while wearing a white shirt. I understand. It's look the difference. The difference is so clear as day, man.
Well, one has a cleaner house, so there's that.
Yeah,
I was gonna say you can tell by how clean the room is.
Yeah, nothing but I still remember Sherry Novella getting this confused, and Asmongold legitimately got pretty tilted about that.
Go ahead, Pete. What was it?
Huh? Oh, I was saying the trick to spotting the difference is finding the roach.
I was gonna say, is there a rat alarm clock?
Yes.
Alarm clock.
No, never mind. No, Pete. No, the roach is the man himself.
See what says, holy crap.
That's a common insult against him, yeah.
Holy crap, there's so many of you, $1 for each, including the green rodent, YouTube tax. So you actually say that. Hey, thanks, man. They're both Internet Jesus. Okay. Moist Critical is Internet Jesus, and Asmongold is Old Testament Jesus. No, that doesn't make any sense, but it's Asmongold, so...
He doesn't have to.
Thanks, that helps. You're welcome. I'm glad.
There was one slightly positive thing that I can slightly say about Asmon's coverage on here, is that he does sort of defend a little bit Justin Savakis when it comes to his statement on dubs not requiring as much fealty to one-on-one translation accuracy compared to the subs.
Who is Internet Satan? Movie Bob's right over in the next room.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
He's an actual genocidal maniac, all right? Nameless. Don't forget the mold and Asmongold from you. All right.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Blunt and critical writing never looks good to an outside viewer.
Basically what I'm hearing is, we take old anime and then we pussify it so that Twitter people don't get mad.
Especially one unfamiliar with my voice, unquote. Jello's post was available to everyone, and not everyone was pleased with what he had written down. Quote, by the
also,
time
dude, most people are familiar. Most of the people that covered this whole bullshit were familiar with your work. Shut the fuck up. I watched you since pretty much you started. So this is actually that whole thing you got going on. And you appeared in some of Brit series stuff.
What?
He missed you. So he sent an extra one in. Oh, thanks, Seawits. Yugox, Roachmen don't have to make sense, apparently.
Yeah, I guess.
No, they don't. Asmongold does not make sense a lot.
Was he saying that the Patreon post was available to everyone? Because if so, no. Or did I mishear that?
No.
I mean, it was at least. I mean, even though it was deleted, the archive is publicly available, and he does bring that up later.
Night on the 11th rolled around, Marissa was contacted by Discotek, who asked me to take the post down, unquote. While the post is no longer up in its original form, because of its nature, it was archived through websites like the Wayback Machine. This archive does lack Jello's attached video. Jello opens the body of the post explaining what Lovely Complex is, going as far as to call it a grandmother in the shoujo genre. Jello then explains,
it's hilarious. It is far, like, the shoujo genre has been around since the fucking 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that shows how
like
much he knows.
That's like calling Naruto a grandfather of the battle shonen. Like battle shonen. No.
It
like,
freaking
you know
wishes.
how far you have to go?
Fist of the North Star, anybody?
Yeah.
his and Marissa Lanty's work
Rumble Z alone.
to be. Within the first paragraph, he mocks its premise. The next couple paragraphs go over how this dub was inexpensively made and issues that plagued the production. Finally, he begins to talk about his involvement. Quote, "The two of us spent many hours across many days slogging through Lovecom episodes. And while Marissa thought she'd sorta hated Lovecom's original writing, I came to the conclusion that I definitely hated Lovely Complex."
Okay.
Well, if you don't like the writing, then you don't like the show. I'm sorry to say that.
Which is
Also,
interesting since this was her passion project, right?
Yeah,
this
she
will come up
chose
later.
to make this.
What's interesting to me is we'll get confirmation later, or at least statement from someone else that says, yeah, he threw Marissa under the bus here.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's funny because Joon doesn't really like call this out, but like I do actively believe that thanks to a lot of the changes that do make it in, regardless of Jello, Marissa and some of the others deserve a lot more criticism than they get. And it's funny because he threw under the bus, that's the reason I feel they don't get nearly as much. Almost all the hate is localized towards Jello because of how he specifically went about this.
Yeah, no, it's
Well,
understandable.
also, I don't know if we ever saw them speak out against this. I've never seen anything.
I believe Melissa made a statement. I forgot what it was. That was the case. I'm pretty sure she made some kind of statement about this, but
did she get hate for it? Because I didn't see it.
No, I don't think so.
You got sis.
Also-
Tell me you don't watch anime without saying it. Yep.
Yeah.
For real.
Also, the Lost Coyote, Lio is the internet guy gardener.
Oh, it was Amberly Connor's passion project, not Marissa's. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
Marissa was like
So we're revealing now that allegedly the two main writers hated it.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's Marissa hated it. Amberly Connors, that's one of her favorite shows, apparently. That's the reason
Well, that's
she did
what I'm
this.
saying. It's like Amberly Connors,
Yeah.
she's the lead of the project, but these are apparently the two writers we're talking about.
Yeah, Melissa
wow,
and Brand Jello. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, Lou, they were roommates. I'm not sure about friends, but they were roommates.
Mm-hmm.
And there was only one bed. Anyway, sorry.
Okay,
Well,
so it is quite
after
unprofessional
all
to-
this, he slept on the floor. He got in the doghouse.
Yeah, for real.
It's where he
Yeah,
belongs.
June. If it isn't that much of a big deal, why did they fire him or blacklist him? Essentially.
No, we'll get there.
Well,
we'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Only
Fuck.
shit
There's
on
plenty to do.
property you worked on in this industry. Lenti cannot express any opinion as they have an official relationship with Sound Cadence Studios, Discotek, and Toei Animation. I, however, was a freelancing contractor and do not have any of those things. I'm not speaking for Lenti anywhere in this post. Who can say what Lenti thinks? I'm sure I don't know.
You just spoke for her!
Yeah, I was about to say, this is the
Marissa
weirdest
thought
flex
she
I have
sort of
ever
hated
seen.
Lovecom's original writing. That is a statement on her fucking behalf. June!
Buddy, I wouldn't
can say
trust
what
you
she
with my...
thinks. I mean, I can, but but I can totally do that, but...
Yeah, dude, June, not June, fucking Jello. If this is how you talk...
No,
when
I'm
you're not
yelling at
speaking for
June
somebody-
too. June is not calling this shit out.
Yeah, he didn't...
No, I'm with you on that, but I'm just saying, specifically about Jello, if this is how you not talk for somebody, I wouldn't trust you with my fucking phone number, dog. What the hell is this?
I wouldn't trust you with a
Raymond,
fake email address.
Raymond, he only implied to be two-faced, okay?
Fuck, god damn
Yeah,
it.
it's only implied.
Okay. That's a good one. That's a good
Wait,
one.
well, Jello does practice polyamory. Oh.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait,
I
hold on.
trust Jello.
I'm gonna need a source on that.
Yeah, me too. I ain't never heard about that before.
Same. Also, I trust Jello about as much as I trust Chibi reviews, especially when it comes to discretion.
Yeah.
Apply direct.
He has it in his Twitter bio. Oh, didn't know that.
Oh goodness.
Well, there it is.
Let's see.
Okay. We're taking a break. We're taking a break from the Team Jack podcast.
I don't know if I would
take a look at this
visit
man's
Twitter
sexuality.
as a break.
And date.
I mean, something is definitely breaking usually.
Official count. There's nothing here about that.
The Orange Man, Jello shows off his boyfriend and girlfriend in his streams. Okay.
Oh, well, there we go. I guess.
But I will tell you what I think. And I think that Lovecom is a bad show about Risa Koizumi, and actual psychopath, and all over useless
Shut
freak.
the fuck up.
Guys, remember, I know we want to bitch about Jello, but we are here for June. All right.
I know.
We've already violated this part. Okay.
No, I'm getting mad all over again. Shut the fuck up. She's not a psychopath. She's a teenage girl.
And I did also bring up how, June completely neglects to point out how actively misogynistic Jello is.
And for the record, June alleges to have watched both dubs of Lovely Complex all the way through.
Yes.
And so, I mean, here's the thing too: is I'm willing to bet that he cares about as much, or I'd be willing to bet that he cares about as much the anime as anyone who worked on the dub did, or at least the majority of them. But like, that's also kind of the other thing, and part of the reason why it's that much more infuriating that he only seems to be asking Jello about this, and not like maybe some other kind of sources of some kind. Granted, I don't know who else he could potentially ask, but like,
we're
you're
all
not gonna
here.
ask any number of other
for
people
real.
who are significantly more familiar. Because here's the thing: if you're not passionate about something, whether it's a form of media or literally anything else, this is part of the reason why I always say, if you're going to talk about something on YouTube or even just in general, it should be something you're passionate about, because a lack of passion is going to fundamentally affect your ability to speak accurately and truthfully on that thing that you're talking about. And when the people that you're doing this documentary on clearly weren't that passionate about the thing that they were making, and even if you go to the trouble of watching both the sub and the dub, but you're not particularly passionate about it either, you're not going to have like a very good representation of what it is that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Labeling her an inconsistently written awful character, stating she is abusive towards Otani the entire series, going as far to say, quote, "I hate her terribly," unquote. Jello also discusses his dislike of other elements of the show, such as the pacing and the generic nature of many
I thought that was
episodes.
Twilight crushing a skull.
To be fair, I feel that energy coming off of her over in the corner, so I get it.
We'll headcanon that it was Twi. Somebody clip that. We'll make it an audio clip.
She sacrificed her Digimon from the top of her head out of sheer
Whoa, whoa, okay, that's a step too far.
Oh my god, no! And to be fair, we would hear a different sound. We'd hear like the as I like.
Yeah, we had to hear the actual sound effect.
It's either that shaking critter in the corner or one of us.
No.
And I'm not dying.
Okay,
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Again, if it were critter, you'd be hearing a squeaky toy noise. All right.
Oh yeah, true. It's like Goku in Abridged.
You got. Again, it's why I'm also triggered. Anyone who thinks that girl's a psychopath doesn't know what psychopath is.
Yeah, for real.
I will crush the skull of the loudest person in this room.
1, 2, 3. Not it.
Not it.
Hi, I'm talking like this now for the rest of the. Let's continue the video.
He was watching, he started to compare to different adaptations of the story, such as the movie and the manga. He then praises Toei, the producers of the anime, for not including several arcs that were found in the manga. Quote, "Perhaps the thing Lovely Complex is most infamous for is the above character Seiko, who happens to be played by Oz in our dub. Seiko is a male-to-female trans girl who is introduced in a trans panic episode. It is not great. The original episode has a random extra outer, the rest of the cast making fun of Otani for kissing a quote-unquote boy, and gives Nobuko this extremely weird anti-trans radar that makes her dislike Seiko right off the bat. Unquote. This is incorrect. Nobuko, Risa's friend, dislikes Seiko because, just like when she was a freshman, Seiko did not wear her uniform the first day, so she gets scolded by one of the monitors. But this monitor even agrees that her outfit is cute. The next scene is of Nobuko and Risa shopping because she sees her as her rival in terms of being cute. There is no implication that it's because she is trans. The clip on screen was from the original subtitles, or subs for short. I asked Jello if it was this.
Like, I'm surprised that Joon would talk about this and say this is incorrect, but he wouldn't talk about any other aspect of what he's incorrect about.
Yeah, about him being blatantly fucking misogynist towards the writer.
Oh, that's coming. That's
Incredibly
coming.
unprofessional.
Oh
fuck.
Yeah,
he does get into more
Agumon
inaccuracies regarding his depiction of Seiko in a little bit, though.
Well, no, because there was another angle that CBF brought up in his comment that Twy brought up in the original stream.
I should bring up my comments and stuff.
See, Agumon T1, have you read the Lunar Chronicles? Essentially, RWBY fairy tale characters in a futuristic setting has a more coherent.
Oh, isn't that a game? Isn't that like a JRPG that's being like remade?
Maybe I've
heard of it.
Heard of it, but I know nothing about it.
No, that's me.
I knew that was coming.
I will go look it up.
English sub that was used to make the dub. He was not entirely sure, but he does state, quote, "But I remember the first episode where Risa punches Otani and says something like, if you've got balls, that means you're a man, and the balls is censored with a bleep," unquote. This is accurate to the subs of the original series, meaning this was the source used to create the dub and will be used to compare all claims against the dub while having the original subtitles on screen. As for the Patreon post, Jello
But that
types
was
more
fucking
about Seiko.
funny, though.
Yeah.
Because, like, you don't expect just a censor to be in the middle of the audio.
Yeah. Also, what did I say that was so smart, actually?
Stating that the original series was cruel towards Seiko with how other characters would interact with her. Jello then states, quote, "I'd like to give Marissa insane props for doing absolutely everything they could to handle this element of production respectfully. The Seiko introductory
You
episode
didn't.
is about Seiko's
Bullshit.
gender identity, so it's not like we could write it out entirely, but we changed a lot of things to take the edge off. Nobuko's initial dislike of Seiko was changed from, I don't know, I don't like her, my trans radar is going off, to being jealous there's another cute girl on campus and not wanting to lose out to a freshman."
Which we
Unquote.
know is a lie.
Yeah, because that was the intent the entire time.
Yep.
As shown from the previous clip, this is entirely false. The original subs already expressed that Nobuko saw her as a rival from the get-go. Quote, "In the sub, Otani and Risa's end of episode reactions could generously be called confused, but they got the spirit about the whole thing. We wrote those to be a lot more supportive of Seiko, especially Otani's dialogue, which made it pretty clear he was still kind of disgusted by her. Lenti passed this episode in its script by multiple trans sensitivity readers and not only made sure to cast a trans person as Seiko, but also to cast as many of the trans actors who auditioned for her as possible. I don't have an exact number, but
I'm gonna be. I forgot all about this, but remembering everything they changed about the Seiko story, if this is what other trans people had in mind, it is so sad that y'all got freaking dogged out in the progressive department by the fucking Japanese. What the hell are you guys doing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
dub has something like 20
American
trans
moments.
and B actors in it.
Yeah,
It's
for
one of the
real,
transiest
dog.
anime dubs in existence, if not the transiest trans rights. Unquote. There were changes made to how Seiko was viewed and views herself. This is a clip of the dub with the original subs as to provide a clear comparison.
Instead, there's a boy's name, Seishiro. Could that actually be the same person?
This is changed virtually any time Seiko's gender is brought up. This is another example.
You still have a shot at being Otani's girlfriend. I ruined my chance by coming on too strong.
I asked Jello about these changes. He responded with, quote, "Part of localization is modernizing language. We had a trans sensitivity reader take a look at the script alongside several other queer staff members, including Marissa, a gender, and Seiko's own actor, gender fluid. And they unanimously said, in 2023, no trans person would ever say that about themselves."
Okay, that pisses me off. It's almost like this was made in the early 2000s, 20 years ago.
Yeah,
the show doesn't take place in 2023.
Yeah, and it's
Bro,
like, this is, I'm gonna say this is kind of wrong because, no, it is not about modernizing language. It is literally in the name, localizing. You have to make it local, not necessarily to a modern context, but like the physical societal context we have first and foremost.
Yeah. Also, that's
that
not
people
what
get wrong.
society.
Also,
even if we are talking about the timing, that's how trans people would act in America. They probably wouldn't do this, but you don't know how it is in Japan.
Yeah, they're set in Japan. The characters will behave as Japanese characters because they are Japanese. So Twi, you had...
Yes.
How is this disrespectful? How is the dub disrespectful to trans people? Because I remember you had a point about that.
Oh gosh, it's been such a long time, but like just the very fact that they would ignore everything that was said about Seiko and Seiko's character in the show and try to modernize it for specifically an American lens in the modern day. But also, they don't acknowledge what Seiko says about herself, and it changes her language to be compatible to what they believe a trans person should be.
Yeah.
Is for the most part like what the problem that I had with the dub was when it came to Seiko.
Yeah, if I
Because
remember
Seiko-
correctly. Oh god, sorry.
Yeah, Seiko had her own ideas of what she was, and she was comfortable with herself and comfortable with the language that she used for herself. And everyone was okay with that in the show. But they weren't. And so they disrespected Seiko, and they disrespected anyone who might think the same way as Seiko, because that wasn't what they viewed transness to be.
Which
Yeah,
is
and it's
honestly ridiculous because even for its time, it was incredibly progressive. I just distinctly remember that I forgot exactly what the change, what the original sub of it was, but I think there was a big scene where she expresses her plight about her circumstances, and in the dub they said, "Oh, I'm going to follow my truth," or whatever the hell like that. It was said in such a way that is like distinctly American, but still kind of misses the mark about how she viewed herself as a woman, despite being born, physically a man. That honestly made the whole thing substantially less compelling. And I say this in the original stream: if you didn't tell me any of this, Jello, I would, and I had just watched that scene or watched that episode, I would have thought that fucking transphobes wrote it. That's how bad it was. You were softening this shit up just to cater to those guys.
Says, feels like taking personal agency away from a trans girl. Yep.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. And one thing that is also worth mentioning here is that a lot of people get this wrong, is that localization is not translation, not specifically, especially in the case of dubs. Again, it is physically about local, keyword here. It is about making it not just make sense in terms of the bringing the authorial intent directly, but molding it in the language in a way that would make as much sense to current context, or no.
It is not transliteration. It is trying to convey the spirit of what is being done in the original. That is the goal, is to try and convey the spirit as accurately as possible. And if that means you have to tweak a few things or maybe change a joke or something because it doesn't translate otherwise, that's fine. But it's a very it's a razor's edge. You got to be very, very particular with it.
The problem
Also,
is
can I
Jello
say
threw that out the window?
Can I say very quickly, he's talking about how they went through several trans sensitivity readers, including an agender and a gender fluid, which are not
trans
women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, they fall under the same umbrella, but they are not the same things. They do not have the same experiences, and they do not have the same mindsets. So I wouldn't think that anyone who focuses on that, if what your intended goal is to be as accurate and sensitive as possible, is to use somebody who is not a trans woman as your sensitivity readers.
And to bring it back to the video itself, just to put things back on June, he does push back on a lot of things. A majority of this document and email that he's reading is treated like gospel. He's not pushing back on it. That needs to be remembered.
That is the thing that I find most frustrating. It's like everything that he said here is so
Yeah, it comes off entirely. Not entirely. A good chunk of this was written by Jello.
Yeah,
honestly,
it's frustrating. Like he knows, he actively calls out several of Jello's lies and mistruths in this video, and yet he is willing to take Jello pretty much almost entirely on his word in regards to the emails.
Yep.
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
The Lost
Yeah, that shit
Coyote.
don't go together.
Imagine translating puns and idioms word for word. I don't have to imagine it. I've seen that in some of my translations. I said this the last time that we talked about the Lovecom stuff, but Rune Factory 4 had a joke that was just straight up translated from Japanese, and you wouldn't understand the joke unless if you knew some kind of Japanese, because the joke was about sake and sake, which is alcohol and salmon. But you wouldn't know that unless if you knew the Japanese words for alcohol and salmon, and how it's so easy to flip those two around.
And I might be misremembering when I think of this, but for the localization, to give an example for a joke, it was bo 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 bo. I can't remember the exact.
I was about
name,
to bring
but,
that up. Yes,
there's a bit where a character's name comes on. It like flashes their name like it's most anime like shows it, and he literally says, "Get those Japanese words off me." And in the original show, I think he says, "Everybody knows my name. Get it off me."
yeah.
And I've been misremembering
there
the original,
is room to actually experiment there, but you can tell in that Bobo example, it was to tell a joke. They were there to get a laugh, and that was keeping the spirit of the line alive while also keeping what was on screen. It's like it worked in context.
So for my example with Rune Factory 4, it's still funny, I would imagine, if you don't know any Japanese, because it still is a nonsense conversation where the point is that the main character, the player character, thinks that an NPC is an alcoholic when he's just trying to talk about his favorite food. But it's funnier if you do know Japanese. It doesn't ruin the joke just because you don't know Japanese.
Yeah.
It's just that the joke is in a different context when it's not.
Sean Foldark, how did you spell kanji like that? That's actually kind of amazing.
What?
Wow.
Conji. That is such. I was like, what the fuck is that? Oh my god, you're trying to say kanji. It's Kangi. Kanji, not G.
Yeah, that is the most American sounding pronunciation I've ever heard.
Kanji, I love Japan.
You can tell.
Clearly. But one thing I wanted to highlight in the chat, the Smiling Grinner, trans misogyny is a super touchy subject within the queer community, so it's odd to have trans people who aren't primarily impacted by trans misogyny speak on behalf of the experience of trans women. Yeah, it is kind of weird. There's like a weird thing going on in a lot of these communities where they try to project their understanding of certain people's experience onto each other, and certain people's experiences by people, for example, get thrown this shit a lot, unfortunately, and that's a really huge problem. And you see this all the time in just a lot of writing spaces and directing spaces. And this is a clear example of that. And it's fucking gross.
Adam Man 678 asks, wait, how many of you actually know Japanese? Skoshi nihongo ga hanatsumasu. I know a little bit.
I was going to say something in Japanese too, but I knew that I would mess that up. So I was like, I'm not going to try. I'm so rusty. but
My
I also
Nihongo
know
is
a little
not-
bit of Japanese.
I was
My
about to make
Nihongo
a
is
joke.
not Jozu.
I was about to say Naruto.
Yeah.
I was about to say just Naruto.
I have shonen in my name, so that helps.
Godzilla Tokyo, Osaka, Osaka, Nihon.
No, she's
not. I know how to read Japanese more than I know how to speak it.
Right, same, more so.
Same.
More than me. I do not study any of this.
Yeah,
I know about 400, almost 500 kanji.
Well, good for you.
No,
seriously, that's
Allow
fantastic.
me to brag.
No, I'm letting you brag. Holy crap.
I'm very proud of the fact.
Back to the
Anyway,
video.
back to this horrible shit.
Unquote. Overall,
Yeah.
the changes
We
in
have to
Jello
focus.
were done for the sake of modernization and accessibility to a current day audience. Jello also states, quote, for a story...
Okay, June.
And?
Challenge that. Holy shit. That's the thing that everyone was the most pissed about. You just said it as though it were unchallengeable. Like, oh, he did this for this reason. Yeah, we fucking know. We fucking hate it. It's the reason we hate all of this.
Here's the main problem that I have with June's video. Well, the conversation that he has surrounding the backlash to his video is that he takes just mentioning the thing and acts as though like just mentioning it is like talking about it or going against it in some way. And it's like, no, you're not doing that. You brought it up technically, but you kind of sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, to be clear, to be specific about this. I'm not saying that June needs to, go on this email and have a big ass debate with freaking Jello about this. What he probably should have done after this was say, this, however, this statement, however, not only is it incorrect necessarily, but it points to the very big issues that people have with this aspect of the dub, which is X, Y, and Z. That's what you should have done.
Yeah,
that's what you've done in every other aspect of your video and other sections in this video specifically.
Yeah, if June had said,
so why
this
the fuck
ignited,
did you do that?
This ignited, because he does say something to that effect, but it's so downplayed. We'll get there. It's like, you got to acknowledge this is a huge conversation that's been going on for years, and this became a conflagration point for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like again, I mentioned it's like it's just one line, and that's it. Like,
Yes,
no,
ultimately,
that's a
trans
story
affirming
there.
is
If you don't want to get
struck
into
us
that,
as a
why'd you cover
well-intentioned
this?
line from a cisgender creator that was probably just a little uninformed about the topic. In fairness, it was not an easy thing to research when this was written. If Lovecom was a 24-episode story,
Wait,
fully centered around
what?
Seiko and the challenges she faced as
Hold
a
the wait. I'm sorry. Back the fuck up. You made this shit. You put this shit out here, and you started this whole thing in like the 2020s. What do you mean it was hard to freaking research?
No. It's Jello saying. Yeah, Jello is saying that it was hard to research when Lovecom was written, which is like just go on to Wiki.
Okay, but here's the thing that I actually find more disturbing about this is you are now ripping away potentially the conflict the character would be going through that they would have to persevere through. Like,
not even just that. So you're willing to give the creator grace about this now, Jello. You are willing to give her grace about it now. The fact that because of the time where this was written, she probably wasn't as informed as she could have been.
But
you couldn't do that before.
Instead, you decided to just completely eviscerate her on something
and
that
call
you
her
now
fucking
call
transphobic.
as ultimately trans-affirming.
Yeah.
So if it was ultimately trans-affirming, why did you feel the need to change it?
It's almost like you should have fucking apologized.
Does June talk about this or say anything more than a single line? The answer is no, which is very damning.
In the early 2000s,
I think he does like
we would've had
challenge
this-
some of that stuff, but
Let's see. If Lovecom was a 24-episode story fully centered around Seiko and the challenges she faced as a trans person in the early 2000s,
line.
That's exactly
it would
what
be
it, that's what
completely
it
different
was.
fucking show.
That
then.
would be a different show. But even then, the episode was still about that. You
Yeah.
still have that as the plot of the fucking episode.
Like,
you
she's still the
changed that.
focal character
You
of that
did
episode,
that.
right?
No one pushed you to do it. You did that.
Like, Twi, get a beat on this. She's still the focal character in that, like, episode, right?
Yeah, she is. And
so it's still
and
her
for
fucking
some-
story.
Yeah, for some reason, he is saying if the show was entirely about Seiko, we would have kept this line for unknown reasons, but because she wasn't the focal character, we decided to change this line arbitrarily. So it would have been fine if she was the main character, but because she's a side character, we decided to change it just because. What?
And blank canvas in chat. Seems like it all got lost in translation. Shut up, blank canvas.
I was about to call that out too. So.
Also, by the way, yeah, if side character
Bazinga.
equals bad, no. A good chunk of the most famous and well-beloved characters are not the protagonists. There's mostly
I
the
was
side
about
characters.
to say, you yourself, Jello, acknowledge that Seiko is like the most highlighted character in the show prior to this whole controversy. So
Actually-
why the fuck are you saying?
I'll throw it out to the chat. Feel free. Post the side character from the show that you think just overshadows the main character in a bunch of ways. I'm positive everyone here in this call has a bunch of examples.
There is so much porn of Bakugo. Oh my god, there is so much porn of Bakugo.
I wanted to say, hey, let's point
Hawks.
The characters are very good.
Izanami 009, yeah, Iskandar from Fate Zero. He's the best character in the franchise.
Yes.
Even a lot of the haters of Fate Zero agree he is one of the best.
Iskandar is a fucking bro, all right?
I like Bro Skandar. Bro Skandar.
Great.
Bro Skandar's my goat.
My dad and I watched. My dad, who's not into anime or anything remotely non-American, we watched through that series. Even he loves Ryder in that show.
Yeah.
Also,
Why?
Professor Oobleck is by far the best character in RWBY. It is not even a contest.
110%.
Yeah.
He is the least controversial one.
The easiest example for this that I was going for is like Uncle Iroh from Avatar: The Last
Uncle
Airbender.
Iroh.
And
Sokka
so I
kind of-
wanted to have a conversation like this, and then Raymond said his thing.
And was I
I'm about to
wrong?
say, like, dude, you might wanna change your statement a bit, okay? We don't want the cops knocking in on us.
Okay, look, like the amount of porn that's out there for like Hawks and Dobby, we can go with that.
Yeah, we can do that. Like, just trust me. Like, that's how you measure how popular a character
That
is,
makes me
all
ask
right?
even more questions, dude. But I'm not gonna ask them. I'm not gonna ask them.
Adrian Parchman says, well, if there is controversy over his Lilly video via the thumbnail and excluding Courtney, rightfully so, and using Poppy and Xena stream. I mean,
yeah, but all that's really stupid.
Yeah.
All that
Yeah,
is
it's really stupid.
It's not
Yeah, he
him
shouldn't have-
ducking the fucking heart of the problem.
Yeah, the issue that people had with that was like, oh, he was transphobic by using the thumbnail when it really, really isn't. He's just showing all the different phases of this chick's life.
Hey, didn't Jamie Marchi
also-
also get called out due to changing some stuff in Dragon Maid dub? Like, yeah, we mentioned it at the start.
Yes,
of the stream.
yes.
We went
That
out
was
with
like
that.
the big
Yeah, we
thing.
did.
She gets hate on that to this day. Granted, part of that is because she keeps antagonizing people long after she stopped even being part of the scripting process. But by 2018, she just went back to only doing voice acting.
Yugok says,
Yeah.
Bon
We can't-
Clay, a side character from One Piece, is one of fans' favorites and is not the fan favorite character, and again, queer.
Wow.
Kai Zero says,
Well.
Kai Zero says, Kaiser, you got to hear me out on the
Why are
Dobby
you
X
reading
Hawks Toxic Yaoi because I
Why
think
are you
it's funny.
reading-
I
are
think
you
it's
reading
funny.
this?
That's the same. That has the same energy of Sushi Glory Hole. Hear me.
Kai Zero. Oh my god, dude.
What does
Kai
that
Zero.
mean? What does that even mean?
Don't ask him that. Kai Zero. Kai Zero, remember, I'm the guy who's been in these different MHA text roleplay servers. I know what people got in the trunk. I don't like what I saw.
But Kaiser, just for him reading that, Shoot down that bird.
You see, this is where I put
I
this.
just aim my Mega Buster in the sky.
Well, I was gonna say, freaking Kaiser. This is where I pop out the freaking Smiling Friends meme. It's like, you're in My Hero roleplay servers.
I said, what is past tense? What?
I mean, you say that, but I mean, twice right here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I joke, of course, but
she went from that guy on YouTube. We went from June to Coom.
Kaiser, you don't want to know what I did with character AI. What the fuck?
Oh, this is no longer Team Jack podcast. This is now the Goon Squad.
Yeah, this is now the Goon stream. We're going to talk about Goon
Okay,
now.
well, I guess this is my stop, man. This is my stop.
Oh, Kaiser, you're not coming. I've impounded your light cycle. You're not getting out of this fucking airship.
Fuck.
Okay, let's get
we must
back
restrain
to this
him.
video.
Let's get back to the video.
However, Lovecom is not a story about Seiko, unquote.
But
beyond
that
the
episode
changes that may have bothered some was the arrogance of Jello's Patreon post that bothered many. Quote, despite everything about the original incarnation of this anime, this dub turned out just so funny. We really...
Well, okay, I need to...
No.
It wasn't just the arrogance. The arrogance made it worse. But the big thing, June, is that he confirmed a suspicion that a lot of people had about the nature of localizing anime. Do we have to keep reiterating this, or are you going to fucking finally mention it?
He funneled our frustration into comedy
Spoilers.
and wrote a lot of good jokes while also improving as much of the relationship between the leads as possible. Here are lots of scenes where Risa yells at Otani, and a lot of scenes where Otani reacts to Risa by inappropriately laughing at her. Many of you probably already know this about me.
It's almost
but I
like
am
they're
a romantic
teenagers.
and love writing actual
What?
good romance, TM. Because nobody else on
this
Earth
is from the Patreon, right? I forgot about
seems to know
this
how
part.
to do it.
Fuck.
Improving the relationship between the leads in Lovecom took surgical precision. Unquote. Jello states that
You're
Otani
removing
starts
the
annoying,
humanity
but by the
out
end
of the
series
characters.
Ends up pretty cute. However, he states Risa, the female protagonist, is unsalvageable. Quote, fun fact, we canonically wrote and directed Risa as a psychopath who doesn't understand empathy, and Otani being in a cycle of abuse without realizing it. At one point, Otani
So he outright admits to changing the original idea of literally everything in the series, and June doesn't point. June has no issue with this.
June does not.
Yeah, this guy's a
apparently
fucking. No, this guy is a fucking maverick. I mean, not like, honest to God, like, I don't know how you could think this is a good idea.
I don't know how June can't say, well, so you've poisoned your entire perception of the entire show. This is June tacitly admitting that he agrees that, yeah, no, she was a complete psychopath in the original, and the dub didn't change anything about that.
I think he'll get...
Well, I wouldn't even say he agrees. It's more so that he doesn't care. Which, even if you don't, which is stupid.
It's
Even if
agreement.
you don't personally...
what's the term? It's not by omission. It's basically agreement by apathy. He doesn't care, so he's just like rolling with it.
And I discussed this earlier on, like before we got into the Lovecom stuff.
Yeah, like I said, like, even if you don't personally care about this topic, you should at least be accurate about why people are mad at it.
Yeah, like, this is why it's so crushing that he does not at all bring up just how one of the many angles was the misogyny angle on why everyone was so mad at him. Because, like, this is active misogyny we're seeing right here. Bringing that into your thought process on how you go about localizing this show.
I'll actually, to quote Rival, I wouldn't consider taking a chainsaw to the characterization as being surgical, which I fully agree with.
No way.
And also, like Risa, from everything that I've been shown and told about this, is nowhere near a fucking psychopath. She's not fucking Ritsuko from Evangelion, all right?
Asuka.
She's not. I wouldn't even say that she's anywhere near Sai.
No.
Yeah. Also, fuck you. Asuka's awesome. She's
Asuka's awesome. She's very damaged. And
Yes.
even then, that's still like that's still off, and Reese is nowhere near that from what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I wouldn't even
By
say
the
that
way-
she's Sai from Peach Girl.
Oh wow. Yeah. I was gonna say Sai from Peach Girl is a much better example. And Sai gets redemption.
By the way,
sort of.
Yeah.
By the way, now that you guys have experienced Ava, definitely check out Timberwolf Studios videos because he really does a really great job breaking down the directing and stuff.
Okay.
Ooh.
You link me one, and I'll start going through them. Yugok says, "Isn't that called complacency?" Sort of. Yes. I think. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. He that's why I was kind of getting at. He's complacent towards the topic, which I don't know, kind of beats the whole point of making a video about it. But hey, that's not my job. Yeah.
Yep.
Literally tells Risa he, quote, bought a gift for her in preparation for the next time she got mad at him, which is what resolves their current tiff. That's a trauma response, and it's in the sub.
What?
Uh-oh, sisters. Frankly, having the dub come out this good in the end is a little frustrating.
It's a
Anyone
joke.
who watched the show as a kid and has fond memories
what?
of it and revisits the dub will think, wow, it's just as good as I remembered. No, it isn't.
Why?
We made
Literally
it good.
no.
This show sucked.
What?
Unquote. Jello goes on.
The idea of like someone who watched this as a kid and the dub is as good as they remember, and I was gonna say Twi.
Well, she didn't watch this as a kid. She watched this in prep for the stream.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, never mind then.
I hadn't watched this prior to it. Like, I've heard of Lovecom, and I knew that it was popular, but it kind of fell out of my public consciousness after a while, and then it popped up again during this controversy. And I thought that it was the perfect idea or the perfect time to just go into it and watch it. But like watching it only in the subs, because I tried to watch like an episode in Japanese and then an episode in the English dub and back to Japanese, back to English, but I couldn't do that because we had such a time crunch, and I couldn't even get to, I think I maybe got to like episode 22 by the time we were like literally prepping for the show. So I couldn't finish it. But the show is good. It still is good. It really holds up. It's really funny. But he just has a different idea of what comedy is, and because he doesn't enjoy the comedy for what it is, which is a comedy style from another country, from another decade, and he's just like, no, Western comedy and comedy from the modern day is the only comedy that should be acceptable. So I'm going to change it.
Like, that's another step there.
It's not like that's what people call colonialism or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And patriarchy. I, the man, get to decide what you women get to enjoy.
Honestly, honest to God, listen, honest to God, if Jello just straight up said that, I would honestly respect him way more for being honest. I would still call him a piece of shit.
Oh, I gotta love how Kaiser just like said "woo" right when I mentioned all that. Like, really not being the misogynist allegations.
Let's go, man!
Let's go! we need all of us. We need that image of all of us sitting on the couch pointing.
That's what I'm talking about.
All of us just pointing with the misogyny, like whoa, yeah.
No, we Kaiser, don't worry, I'm right there. We support misogyny, just not Jello's kind.
Exactly.
It's the same.
It's the pussified kind because he doesn't go full hog with it.
Well, it's the same energy as like what was that one Sweet Life of Zach and Cody bit of like a study shows that 30% of women are in the workforce. Let's go, guys. Let's shoot for 40.
Actually, oh my God, Ryan Carson just gave me a freaking brain aneurysm. Dear God, I would fear Jello's take on Asuka from NGE. Oh my God!
No.
I would
Keep
pop
him
a
the fuck away
fucking
from that.
blood vessel.
Keep him away from that, please.
I'm gonna actually do this a throwback for Team Jack stream. I have the same opinion of Asuka that I had for the particular Silent Hill character. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. I still need to play that
Angela?
game. But Angela, remember when I said, "Oh, you poor soul"?
Yeah, I remember that.
The literal same thing for Asuka, and I doubt Jello would have the same response.
Alex Setakai says, I really hate it when people on a certain side of an aisle simply dismiss criticism of a dub localization like what Dragon made as just whatever buzzwords they can apply to the scenario, like misogyny. I would love to see like a right-winger take on dubbing a show and see the response it gets and watch the entire cavalcade of people who've been arguing this entire time about localization turn completely 180 because it's not their localization anymore.
Watch the freaking fireworks.
The only way that it would be absolutely peak is if it has the same energy of, you know, that like one gif from Tangled where Flynn has all the swords pointed at him.
Yes.
You.
It's not a new
like
PNG.
that.
I've had this for a while. This PNG tuber. It's a.
He's very
chocobo.
Yeah.
I was going to say dapper, but okay.
Yes.
But freaking, there are a lot of people who are very bad faith about this stuff, and that's part of why people tend to be equally bad faith in terms of dismissing the criticisms about all of this.
Well, of course, because
so
it's
much bad
easy.
faith all around.
It's because
it's easy.
It's also hard for them to picture that ever happening. Like, to them, it's inconceivable that anything like that would ever happen because theirs is the right point of view, and thus anyone that will do this will do it the right way.
Yeah, we're of the
views. No, I would love to see how JelloApocalypse reaction to iMaga.
Fuck that.
Oh no.
Actually, no. I would pay to see that. Do it, Jello.
Yeah, no,
do
absolutely, Jello, please. Oh my god,
buddy.
No, we want him to do that. He'd have as much he'd go as hard as Twi did in terms of just how misogynistic the show was.
No. Watch him love her. Because she has agency. Oh my god, she has so much agency. She's in complete control. She's outwitting all these people. I could totally see it.
Oh god, yeah, it's just a coin flip.
Yeah.
Dub's voice actors, while stating one of the original Japanese voice actors sucked. Afterwards, he talks about the dynamic between this show
You
suck, unquote. Jello goes on to praise the Dub's voice actors, while stating one of the original Japanese voice actors sucked.
Again, co-worker Jello and Joon, you're not pointing out that's not just rude, that's downright just freaking harmful.
Yeah.
Afterwards, he talks about the dynamic between Risa and her best friend, to then stating, quote, anyways, all that is to say, Lenti and I spent a long time on this dub. I'm very, very proud of the work we did.
You shouldn't
I think we
be.
turned an unremarkable and
never.
frustrating 3 out of 10 show into a pretty funny and mostly watchable 7 out of 10.
I'm gonna actually differ from the pack here. Be proud of the work you did. Fine. I imagine it's a lot of work. You guys put a lot of effort in. You did this gratis. There's a lot I can appreciate about the amount of work you did, and it's not a complete it's not a complete bastardization, by my understanding. It's still kinda accurate, so it's fine. But it's the rest of the sentence that I'm going to start a 3 out of 10 to a 7 out of 10. No.
Dude, you can't do the whole cartoon reviewer bullshit when you're actively working on the show.
Yeah, I will take it back. I will take it back. Yes, take pride in your work. Be proud of your work and all that. That being said, though, don't be a twat.
Yeah. Don't be a twat. That's a better word.
I'll slightly bulk, but not because of any of that. Especially because from what Twi is dissecting, from what I've read from Caitlin Moore's dissection, so much of the show is an active bastardization in the dub, but it's I'll allow being proud of it solely on the basis of just how tumultuous the production was to get here, especially on Marissa Lenti's end with the hospitalizations and stuff. This was a development hell project.
Yeah.
Very
cool. So coming out the other side with something, an actual product, you can be proud of that. Don't be proud of the actual
what we did. However, I don't really want to recommend that people watch Lovecom in order to see it. Unquote. The last.
That's also I remember when we read that. That baffled me.
Fuck me.
Oh,
dude.
I don't want people to watch the show that I made.
Dude, this is so fucking toxic, dog. What the hell?
I'm surprised that you're not blacklisted. You should be.
No, I'm pretty damn sure he is.
He's not.
No, he's only blacklisted from Discotek because Discotek specifically said that they weren't going to work with this guy anymore. But everybody thought that that would translate to the rest of the dubbing industry, because if you're blacklisted, usually how it works is if you're blacklisted from one company, then other companies are going to be less likely to want to hire you because you were blacklisted from this one company. But apparently that was not the case.
Yeah, he's still actually.
We'll get into that because that was one of like Twy and I's major issues with the video.
Yeah, that's
before we got
really
into the stream.
fucked up.
Yeah.
It was a nail in the coffin. Practically every time Jello is greatly displeased with the series, he targets the writer or creator, which hardly seems to bring favor. This time was no different.
Gee,
Quote,
I
this
wonder
is one
why,
of those
dude.
series that was written by a very strange person, kind of like 50 Shades of Grey, and it just gets stranger and stranger the longer you look into it. The way the characters talk and interact is wrong. The way Risa is painted as a good guy despite making exclusively bad decisions makes everything feel like it's written by a woman with "I hate drama" in her Twitter bio and 5 separate call-out tweets right below it.
It's almost as if
Buddy,
she's a
you are
teenage
not that-
girl!
And also, buddy, you are not that much better, and yet you're like a grown-ass 30-year-old man from America.
Yeah, like I was gonna be like, all right, that line in isolation is kind of funny, but dog, you are the last person that gets to say
Glass
anything
houses,
about
motherfucker.
Yeah. I'm gonna be a twat. Jello A, probably. Thank you, Chet. Chet Manley 93. That's a great name.
Oh, that's a great name, yes.
You get the sense that the author sees the world the same way Risa Koizumi does. And Risa Koizumi as a character only makes sense if she is a psychopath who does not understand human empathy. Of note,
You are
Mangaka
basically
also-
saying that the creator of Lovecom is a psychopath.
Yeah. Like, this is
Don't
like,
worry,
dude.
he's only insinuating it.
Also, this is yeah.
It's just
Insinuate
slightly
these nuts,
implying.
It's so baffling, the level of disrespect on display here. Like, I don't know this writer. I know several people. Like, I know. All right, I was about to use like, oh, is Stephen King a pedophile? But
Hey, yo, what?
Yeah.
In light of recent statements, I'm actually I don't think it's the best example.
No, Kaiser, wrong one. No, the disappointment sound effect after the TV.
But like,
Yeah,
legitimately though, it's like a writer's work does in some way reflect upon them. It's understandable. There is some truth there. We harp on Shad every single Friday at 10 p.m. if you guys want to join us in that fanfiction. But to say that it is the totality of them, that a person can't write beyond themselves and they can't explore concepts. What do you think of the guy that wrote fucking Silence of the Lambs? Do you think he's a fucking psychopath that likes to eat people?
Oh, I know what this guy probably thinks about the guy who wrote Lolita at this point then.
Well, I'll just throw this as my own experience. I wrote a book, and, well, I'm not a woman, but I wrote a female character. I wrote many female characters, actually.
How dare you?
Well, I'm not a man, and
Yeah,
yet the main character of my novel is a boy.
Oh my God.
So what you're saying is we got 2 heretics in this fucking podcast. I will not stand for this. Savages, Billy.
And okay, here's
Remy,
another
do we
thing.
wanna-
What if she identifies as not a psychopath? What are you gonna do then?
Shit.
He'll
Checkmate,
still
Jello.
say- He's just read everything thus far. He doesn't care about her reality.
But, like-
he probably thinks, oh, that's exactly what a psychopath would say.
June's statement here is like, oh, his disrespect, like this hasn't earned him any favors, and it's like, June,
Yeah,
call
I
it what it
wonder
fucking
why.
is: blatant disrespect, blatant
Yeah, and,
like lying, defamation, borderline, maybe even truly defamation.
Oh, sorry. Did Daigato, did you guys see his artwork that he made?
Oh, what? What did he do?
Yeah, I'll throw it in the art channel real quick.
Okay.
Let me just throw this here for you.
Does Kaiser write non-robots? Unfortunately, yes, I am. Oh my god!
You notice we got one guy in the Family Guy pose, one guy in a Yamcha pose. Pete's over.
Yeah, I was about to say, how did I get into Family Guy pose?
Pete's over there in the back. I'm burning on the ground.
What?
Why looks like he's...
What is happening in this image?
What is this?
What am I doing? Is this my pillow fort?
Are you in a pile of clothes? Did you just steal a bunch of clothes from
Pete,
Target?
Pete, you're a kinger. You're a kinger, Pete.
I guess so.
You got bad example because recent posts in the scene in
though.
Yeah. Okay, Pete, please repeat that because you guys were talking over each other.
Oh, the super chat. Bad example because recent post and the scene from it. Well, yeah, that's the scene from it is the reason I made the joke. Like that's yeah. Adrian Parchment. Jar uses Jello's stib for his Cal Art women are bad. For example, Mabel, Princess Bubblegum, and Amethyst. Stib? What is stib?
Yep.
I have no idea.
Also, Mark Liu is JK trans because she wrote Harry Potter. That would be quite the read considering her view.
What did I say? Twat as twat. Twat.
Look, don't make fun of him for his accent, okay? Jesus, we're better than that.
At a man, Coco does something to a man.
But yeah, no, Raymond, after like today, no, that's especially unfortunate to use him.
No, that was literally like I made the joke for a reason. That was of like, oh, I would have said, but
he knows what he's doing.
Okay.
Regardless.
Yeah.
Remember, even if I say I don't know what I'm doing, I always know what I'm doing, except when I say it.
Has a cameo in the final episode of the anime. She shows up as a fashion designer and everyone praises how pretty and talented she is. She then tells Risa, "It's my job to make you look good. I think you failed, ma'am. Lenti was the head writer on this and all her decisions were final. But I did tell them that if we didn't cut the characters praising the mangaka out of the episode in our dub, I would quit the co-writing position on the spot." Unquote. This
it would have been better if she did.
Please don't leave.
Don't worry, we get elaboration on this because June decides to take this chronologically instead of saying, well...
A line Arisa saying the mangaka was really cool was rewritten.
It's my job to make you look good, trust me.
But still, it's impossible.
Don't worry, I got you, girl.
I feel so out of place.
The praise of the mangaka was not entirely taken out. This is a clip just about a minute later.
You did great out there!
Don't let it go to your head. You just had a really good stylist, that's all.
Nakahata's the absolute best in the business, that's for sure.
Stylist. Flatter.
Because they had to keep it... They had to keep that line. You couldn't have changed it, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
but whenever
I wanted to.
Adrian meant, so this is basically...
Whenever... Yeah, whenever he had the opportunity to take out the praise of this character, this insert for the mangaka, they did. Because you could see it right there. Good on June for, showing it, because it is very blatant that they tried to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to downplay.
Could have been a coincidence. I asked Jello about this, and he explained this comment was a joke. I did not actually threaten to quit. I just thought...
Okay, buddy!
Yeah,
sure, Jen.
Yeah.
Wow, maybe don't make
at
those
the end
kinds
to
of
say,
jokes.
I cannot believe the author literally appeared as a self-insert to say, "Wow, what a great job I did," and have the characters call her pretty. I still think this is an extremely weird move.
Okay, but what about every time that we got a cameo in the MCEU? Is that bad?
Yeah,
yeah, and
fucking stand. Yeah.
I didn't actually threaten to quit. I was just, but yeah, also this kind of goes to Jello's tone and his view of himself. You thought it was a good idea to make that kind of joke in a post where you're actively just tearing apart the anime and the mangaka.
Yeah,
and you thought, do that. That'd be jokes. Everyone will totally understand.
By
what I mean.
By every perception. Everyone thinks you fucking hate the show, you are miserable working on it, and now you're threatening to quit unless they change a fundamental aspect of one of the plot lines. What?
Gee, I wonder why.
I wonder why people took this seriously. It sounds like you had a terrible fucking time.
Yeah, sounds like somebody's a fucking maverick.
And it also sounds like we kind of know that you're an asshole. So of course we would not put it past you if you did that like an asshole because you're a fucking asshole.
Asshole.
Jello also posted a link with some Discord interactions he had when discussing the show. In these, he also belittles the author. Quote, imagine the biggest and only accomplishment of your career being Lovecom. Frowny face. Unquote. While it can be argued that many changes were done to modernize the show or to capture the author's true intent, there are some that are purely...
They have never been argued. No one has made any arguments about
Who
capturing
the fuck is arguing the opposite, bro?
Jello.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Also,
obviously.
he puts them on the same level. Like, to modernize and to keep the author's true intent are put on the same level as though they are both important, when no, that is not your fucking
They
job.
clearly, yeah.
Your job is that second one, exclusively. It is not the first one.
Yeah.
Self-referential.
Again, just more proof that Joon doesn't know what he's fucking
I
talking
hate him
about.
harder.
Yeah.
You don't get a summer break. Otherwise, you'll end up as an underappreciated teacher, or worse, a voice actor.
Finally, there are at least 3 instances of the dub breaking the fourth wall, which was never present in the Saba.
Okay, girl, we have been at this for 6 episodes. Just do yourself and everyone else a
I
favor
fucking
and
hate
admit that you
jokes like
liked him
that.
already.
Hey.
Ew.
I like it if the show is already geared to be built towards that, which does not seem to be the case.
If it's
Golden
like something like
standard
the
for-
Amazing World of Gumball, where they regularly like break the fourth wall or play around with tropes in a meta kind of sense,
My go-to example for like the gold standard for the type of like fourth wall breaking humor, Emperor's New Groove.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to rewatch that movie.
The other one, Chowder with the car wash.
Chowder's
episode.
great.
Okay,
Or,
Chowder still
very
has one of my favorite jokes.
or very specifically, the 13th episode of Recreators. You know, the recap episode.
Oh yeah, that one.
But yeah, that. Otherwise, yeah, if their show is not built with that in mind, don't put that in your dub.
Don't fucking do it.
Yeah,
save
it
that
wasn't
for,
there.
save it for an
Why
abridged
did you add
series.
that?
Like, save that for an abridged series.
Yeah.
You can do that. You're
You guys
JelloApocalypse.
wanted to make
You're
it
I was
Mr.
about
Comedy
to say,
Man.
why didn't you do the abridged thing? In fact,
That and works, and so does Gintama, yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, a lot of the stuff that you want that didn't make it in did end up in the freaking certain reels in like the Blu-ray or whatever. So why didn't you just keep it there?
Yeah.
They're back to normal.
Just have that be like a
great.
separate blooper reel.
Now we're back to square one. Like the last 8 episodes didn't even happen. And you, Chiharu,
Wow.
you and Ryoji ended up together by the end of the first episode in my anime.
That was the majority of the Patreon post, but not
funny.
even close to the majority of the changes the
Definitely
dub
doesn't
made.
take me out of it.
Yeah,
That line is like that one character in Symphogear. Raymond, you know the one.
Oh yeah, Yumi. It's just like in my animes, and she is like, I want to like her, I really do, but I can't.
Guys.
She's so poorly paced.
I
You guys-
fucking hate her. I am so glad that the
that
show gets
line-
rid of her in seasons 4 and 5.
You're not Kojima. You can't do an Otacon joke.
That line,
Even though
that line alone made me think of saying some very unmonetizable things.
I was-
Oh boy.
I didn't realize you watched Symphogear, CBF.
Yeah, no, I watched it. I watched all of it. I mainly like this. I mainly like the second season. G. I like AXZ and to an extent XV.
I'm sorry. I hate G with a passion. I think it's the worst season.
It's funny because I think
Fight,
I
fight,
almost
fight,
say that about
fight, fight.
GX. I almost say that about GX, but then I remember, oh no, probably season 1 was worse. It's just that I kind of hate the first half of GX, except for the first episode. It has a great first episode. The rest of GX in the first half is the worst melodrama in the entire series.
Oh no, but
especially for Hibiki.
I was gonna say, like, the way I view Symphogear is the first season is actually kind of a serious anime that manages to hold on some level of stability, and then the last 30 seconds ruin it. The second season didn't know what to fucking do with itself, and the third season realized we aren't smart. Let's just have fucking fun. And then they blow up Mount, K2, and they turn into the third tallest mountain on the planet.
And then immediately they just forget about that ethos for the entire rest of the season. Until AXZ
Oh
happens.
no, it's still
AXZ is like good.
Still goddamn stupid. They kept that true.
Oh yeah, but it's just incredibly melodramatic.
Yeah, that's part of the fun. It's just like
AXZ realizes, oh wait, we don't need that so much. Let's actually have fun.
Instead, let's shoot electrical prongs into giant asses.
What the fuck?
That
What
sounds
the
like a Rick
hell
and Morty
was
show.
Yeah.
Oh!
Chris Yuke and his kit somehow get so even more extreme that she shoots gigantic missiles now.
Like one of the main character, the main character grows to like 50 feet tall, and they're like trying to like connect her some device. So they just shoot these giant like taser prods into different parts of her body, and for some reason, there's a really well animated shot of them going like 2 prongs going right into each cheek. It's hilarious.
And then the final season decides, all right, we gotta really step up our animation here. Let's show them what we got.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
At least we know that. Oh, why am I suddenly blanking on her name? Hibigi's girlfriend.
Miku?
Miku, yeah, Miku has good taste. That's why. I see what you did there.
What?
Anyway.
This is because most of the changes are imperceivable without directly comparing them to the Saba. Even though that is the would-be heart of the controversy,
minute.
of the changes the dub made. This is because most of the changes are imperceivable without directly comparing them to the Saba. Even though that is the would-be heart of the controversy, the real controversy came from Jello's arrogance.
No!
That's part of
No!
it.
Really?
No!
part
I
of
also
it.
hate this, like, you don't get... this would never have been caught if it hadn't been fucking caught. Yeah, June!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
how
sorry
getting
that
caught works.
being lied to your face about a translation, being told, hey, this is an accurate translation, and then if someone didn't bother to check the original and figure out what happened, they wouldn't know. Yeah, but
Yeah, it's
but
almost
now
like
that
that's
we
a
know,
fucking problem.
everyone's pissed.
Yeah.
There is a fundamental reading. He has a fundamental reading of the situation that I will actively protest and contest when we get there.
Okay.
My status as a murderer would have never been found out if nobody found the body.
Exactly.
I was about to say, were you gonna say you were gonna murder June?
They'll never check the coordinates that I'm secretly putting up on screen.
Oh my
No, we cannot murder June until he does.
Little do they know, it's just a buried
Asmongold
pipe
video,
bomb.
And the Groms video. And the jar video. We can't kill him until he does the jar video.
Guys, the murder was implied.
I wasn't implying that I was going to kill you.
No, instead she's gonna kill us for misinterpreting her.
Exactly.
It also
Yes,
came from
actually.
the conversation about what
Unfortunately,
invalid
she will
should be.
lose because
How-
of the power of
even though that is
misogyny.
the would-be heart of the controversy, the real controversy came from Jello's arrogance. It also came from the ongoing conversation about what an adaptation should be. How much freedom should the adapters have? With this post being spread out of Jello's typical audience, backlash was swift. Around the 11th, Sound Cadence and Discotek released their statements. As a reminder, Sound Cadence was a company Jello was previously contracted by. Their statement starts with making it clear that Jello's comments were his own. Secondly, Sound Cadence explains that this was a collaborative project. Quote, in this case, while this individual did help create scripts for Lovely Complex, those scripts then went through a head writer, 2 supervisors, the end client at Discotek, as well as the Japanese licensor, and those scripts were then vetted and approved by all those parties before being recorded. Unquote.
And that's part of the problem, June.
Yeah.
As for Discotek, their statement came through Justin Savakis. Being an owner of a different company who collaborates with them, he made this statement for them. It echoes Sound Cadence's statement while also clarifying that, quote, dubs commonly punch up comedy and smooth over rough patches so that the end product aligns with the show's intended audience and provokes the intended response, and there will always be shades of gray when adapting a work, unquote. The statement also expresses disappointment in Jello's lack of professional discretion, and also that they, quote, will not be working with him in the future, unquote. Just as Jello
that's where the blacklisting comment came from. But
got it.
Like again, I do want to reiterate, like, this man isn't wrong necessarily, because translating something isn't a one-to-one process. You're going to have to work stuff in. and change things to a certain extent. However, that is not what happened here.
No,
Yeah.
these aren't minor freaking changes, right? This is if I decided to pull a DBZA, a bridge, while I was actively localizing the show as a part of Toei. Toei's like fucking American branch. Like that's fucking Maverick. Like, why in the world?
No, even more accurately, pulling a something witty entertainment SAO abridged.
Oh my god, yeah,
what
if Jeremy Lee and Bryce Pappenbrook decided just
I was gonna say, like, SAO
Thank you, Ryan.
is an improvement, but like, it's not the official, and I would be like, I would want basically a remake if you want to make any of those changes, because you would need to do from the ground up. You couldn't.
Yeah, and there are plenty of shots taken at the actual show itself in the abridged.
Yes.
So, that's why I mentioned that.
They also, it's one of those things that it starts with a lot of animation parodies of this product is a fan base parody. This is owned by this and this. Please support the official release.
Yeah.
Did his Patreon post within a day, these statements would also be removed shortly after posting. Justin later clarified that this was because they needed to coordinate some stuff behind the scenes, and they were asked to take these statements down. However, Justin made his own comments throughout February, like this one saying that Jello's backstab of Marissa was criminal.
I've worked for Marissa for almost a decade. She produced Sons of Faithful, regarded dubs for us. Elsie was her passion project because it was her favorite shoe.
Gojo?
This is not who she is, and anyone that knows her can attest to it. The level of backstab here is criminal. So it wasn't her passion project though, right? It was Anne Lynn.
No, he got that wrong. It's Amber Lee Connors because she's the CEO.
But was it both of them? Maybe was she passionate about it? I don't know.
Well, I was pretty sure that they said that it was Marissa's as well.
Wouldn't surprise me.
If Jello made an abridged, do not support the official release. My work is better in every way.
Yes.
But yeah, I find it very weird that he would just stab her in the back and then also say that she hates the writing of Lovecom, yet also said it was her passion project. It's very strange.
About Nabuko's trans radar, stating that he removed things that were never in the show to begin with.
Unlikely, because one scene is just there's the Seiko introduction episode,
which is accurate. What is not accurate is this tweet saying that no changes were made, as changes were made even beyond what is considered to be the gray area of dubbing. As previously shown, there were changes made with Seiko, additions of self-referential lines, and fourth wall breaks that were never there to begin with. This is a running theme. No party is able to accurately tell the story. This is especially true for those covering it with a displeasure towards the lack of accuracy, which is ironic.
Yeah, that small channel. Who are those guys?
Yeah,
no party is able to accurately tell the story. This is especially.
So 24,000, 30,000.
Actually true for those covering it with an angle of displeasure towards the lack.
Didn't reach out to any of these people, by the way. To my knowledge. No. Never reached out to anyone that's commented on this.
Lack of accuracy, which is
well, at least you guys even got something. I didn't get shit.
Videos that cover Jello from a larger perspective and focus on his arrogance and possible artistic vandalism. A fair portion of videos lambast Jello for being inaccurate to the story, for adding his own spin and changing it to fit his views, which is arguably true. However, they themselves are very much guilty of this, of entirely lying and changing the story.
Okay. Fucking hell.
Prove that.
Would I miss?
Prove that. He's now brushing every single person who's critical against Jello as though they are somehow adding something to the story. They're lying about him and modifying.
What?
No, to be fair, he actually kind of does a little bit with Asmund's title specifically.
Yeah, but it's Asmund as opposed to
I'm sorry, the Roach Man don't speak for us.
So let's
we don't claim him. We do not claim him.
Let's
We do not do that here.
While there are videos that cover Jello from a larger perspective and focus on his arrogance and possible artistic vandalism,
which somehow seems possible, but
a fair portion of videos lambast Jello for being inaccurate to the story, for adding his own spin and changing it to fit his views.
Inaccurate to the story, cultural vandalism.
Both of which he admits to.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is arguably true. However, they themselves are very much guilty of this, of entirely lying and changing the story, stating things that did not happen and showing a lack of care of the source material. Quote, woke localizer ruins an anime and finds out they're fired, unquote. Nearly every part of this title is a lie. The dub, for its small...
Okay, you're acting like... again, I repeat what I say. Asmon is not the fucking Lorax of this situation. He doesn't speak for the... He speaks for the chuds, but he doesn't speak for us.
Coverage. You have not provided one faceplate. And then also...
Your base was actually well received. On Amazon, it's rated 4.8 stars. The lowest review at 3.5 stars is one-sided controversy as a reason for the rating.
And 23 people
I pushed
found
back
it
against this specifically in my comments because it's like, yeah, a 4.8 stars with only 18 ratings. That is nothing.
Yeah,
That's
what we
bad,
need to see is sales. But the problem with something controversial like this is we don't have an active comparison. We need to see the initial sales, and we need to see a lot.
Not only that, but he's using Amazon sales when Amazon is not the primary place to buy this DVD. You would buy it from Crunchyroll.
Yes.
You buy it from Discotek's website.
Well, no, Discotek's website is Crunchyroll.
Yeah. Adam Man says, I gotta ask, is Joon friends with Jello? They have a friendly relationship, by my understanding.
Yeah. Man, I know Discotek actually blacklisted Crunchyroll for a while because there's some they did them dirty. So those are two different platforms entirely.
And this review,
the only way that you could have purchased this was either through Amazon or through Crunchyroll. My copy of the Lovely Complex Blu-ray was from Crunchyroll. You go to Discotek's website, it redirects to Crunchyroll.
Yeah, especially because they bought Right Stuff. Yeah, that's why.
Did Jello help write Rajoon's script? They had a text interview through email, and Joon is just uncritically presenting a lot of the statements being made by Jello, and that's a big problem.
Yeah.
And what it is stating is also incorrect because it states Jello was fired. He was never fired. No statement released.
Oh, sorry. I'm wrong on that. They do have their own website, but the main distribution that they used, Right Stuff, was bought by Crunchyroll. So my apologies on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you know what, we actually do our research here. We try to get you accurate information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unlike someone who's made a video on this. Also, it's like, oh, he was fired. No, but he wasn't fired. He was
Is that really the most important part of this whole fucking thing?
We'll get to it.
The controversy as a reason for the rating. And this review, and what it is stating, is also incorrect because it states Jello was fired. He was never fired. No statement released expressed this. This is another reason Asmongold's title is a lie. It also lies by implying that Jello quote-unquote found out that they were fired, which will require him to react to a thing that never happened. This title...
He fucking got blacklisted by the company he formerly worked for. I know that's not the same parlance, but guess what, Joon? It's fucking implied!
Yeah, I was about to say, dude, like, fucking, I'm sorry for pretending, for even a moment, for thinking for just a moment that we lived in a just society. Sorry, my fucking bad, dude.
It's like I will say, like, it is like a pretty noticeable difference, but it's also like kinda it's like
it's a distinction without a difference at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, no, he like objectively he couldn't be fired because he already completed his work. It's just that he's being barred from
ever working there again.
Endeavors with this company.
Yeah, I'm sorry if it's actually something fundamentally worse than being fired. Actually,
that's still called being blacklisted, even if you're blacklisted from a single company.
Yeah,
more than
that's
that.
different from being fired. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that
like
as well.
it's kind of like a. All right, that's borderline a nitpick on what amounts to this clickbait title is bad. And
I was about to say, like, we made fun, we poked a small jab at the freaking actuallying earlier, but like this is the most actually fucking thing I have
like if him
ever
being
seen.
like, technically speaking, he wasn't fired, he was blacklisted from this company, but for a lot of people they don't see the difference. That's a fair observation.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that is not something that most people have said about this, or at least that's not what we said.
Yeah, like granted, like he does bring up, he does bring in like, oh, this becomes like part of a running narrative people have about this. That's like
For the reason Asmongold's title is a lie. It also lies by implying that Jello quote-unquote found out that they were fired, which will require him to react to a thing that never happened. This title is representative of what is found in the video.
Even if true, this fails to address the issue. It's not the words in and of themselves, it's the fact that it's an incorrect rewrite rather than a translation. Which is exactly true. That's 100% what the problem is. This statement is so dog shit, man. They didn't fire him for changing that shit. They fired him for getting caught. No, they probably didn't even give a fuck or care to begin with.
Okay, but yeah, but like it is he's making a good point. There's no lie here so far. I hate saying it, it's Asmongold, the man that made the fucking McDonald's mech in AC6. But like
as much as you can craze on sorry, I was about to say roach on Asmongold, but it's the same. It's the same thing of the worst person you know makes a good point. You can still make a good point.
And he's saying, oh, they didn't fire him for this. They fired him for that. He's looking at the exact statement. He's misspeaking, dumbass. Joon, he's misspeaking. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, it's not even like, oh, you know, he's blatantly lying and omitting this to make his coverage. Like,
he's
that's
just
a
dumb and
blatant
wrong.
mistake.
Yeah,
he's just dumb and wrong.
Okay, so Asmongold is dumb and wrong. Boo fucking who? How about everyone else?
Why does Asmongold represent everyone that was covering this? Because it was a lot of fucking people.
Hey,
don't worry, he'll show the rest.
No, Raymond, you're a chud. You're clearly a chud.
Oh, fuck.
You just didn't know.
Oh god.
No, I'm glad it wasn't shown.
Sorry. I'm smelling rotted meat. My alarm's going off.
So now they found out about it. They're like, okay, you're out.
That was a statement from Discotek, which Jello never worked under. This appears to be a running falsehood in videos covering the story.
Blabber's lack of professional discretion is supposedly what got him fired.
This next video doesn't even pronounce the name right.
He said supposedly. He didn't even say that was true.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, it would still be dumb and wrong. But yeah, that's kind of where it's kind of what it amounts to. A lot of these people are just being dumb and wrong, and then willfully putting dumb and wrong on their clickbait titles. Which, admittedly, is a malpractice, but still.
Even then, like, the people at Discotek directly said we will not work with this guy anymore. So, like, yeah, what else are they supposed to say, kind of?
Yeah.
Blacklisted. It's easy to say blacklisted. Yeah. But fired does better for the clickbait numbers,
but
I guess.
Also, that is true.
But also, like, oh, so he didn't work directly for Discotek Media because he was a contractor under Sound Cadence. Is that correct? Is that the order of things?
Yes.
So that means that anytime that Discotek partners with someone, they will. This might actually be worse. Because anytime Discotek Media partners with someone, they're going to double check, hey, is Brandon Blabber fucking working on this project? If they say yes, you'll say, we don't want part of that shit.
Get him out.
Get him out, or we don't work with you.
Yep.
Is blacklisted.
Yeah.
Because of this individual's lack of professional discretion, they will not be working with him in the future. AKA, JelloApocalypse is blacklisted from the industry.
Looking at
that's a major nitpick, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why harp on his pronunciation?
It's not like it's not on the level of a whole bunch of outside commentators completely butchering the name of Tsukihime that shows that they are absolute outsiders covering a situation they have nothing to do with.
Someone else I can talk about Tsukihime with. Awesome.
It baffles me. Because, like, suddenly, like, he's been kind of... he's been soft on Jello this entire time, but now that we're getting more and more towards the conclusion up to the circumstance, it's becoming clear that he's not holding Jello's feet to the fire at all. It's
absolutely not.
Yeah, this is why we say
he's
like,
using
why your
all
title's
these examples
accurate.
of people being stupid as opposed to finding someone who's making any kind of coherent point. And even then, you're failing because Asmongold made a coherent point. He just used the wrong word once.
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing with Joon's whole point is that people are getting mad at Jello for being a little bit cringe, but people are taking it so out of proportion. That is basically what the video is. And it's like, that's not what it is at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, just because people are being stupid doesn't give you the excuse to be stupid, dog.
Yeah, it's not just that Jello was it's not just that Jello was X flavor of asshole. He was a bunch of flavors of asshole in a project that he essentially sabotaged.
Well,
meanwhile, for all these other people, the worst thing they did was commit title malpractice for the sake of clickbait.
He was a multiple level asshole working on a project that he was either actively sabotaging or complicit in a conspiracy, for lack of a better term, to sabotage it among the other major staff. Like, either this was condoned by them or he was sabotaging them. Both are, and they didn't realize it, both are fucking awful realities.
And sure, we do know that a fair amount of his changes didn't make it in, but a lot of it did. So clearly, their level of quality control for this stuff is clearly their level of quality control for this stuff is not at the level it should be for considering what happened.
Yeah,
which is, as Asmon previously said, as much as, I can harp on the guy, he is right on one front. There were a lot of, people in the localizing industry in reaction to all of this that were basically admonishing Jello, not for, being a blatant dickhead and being unprofessional, but for clearly just blabbing about shit that they already believe behind the scenes.
No, Kaiser, no, that's exactly what they were. It was specifically because he was unprofessional. They just didn't take him to task for the actual work he did. They just took him to task for being blatantly unprofessional, just like
I'm pretty sure that somebody said that, like, oh, if you're gonna do this, at least say this in like a Discord server or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, no, have a level of professionalism to be like, all right, if you hate the show you're working on, keep that in private. Do not bring that, do not openly have a level of discretion when you're hating on something.
I've done
people
that.
People are allowed to hate things they work on all the time. They don't go out of their way to just publicly be like, this show sucks. I hated every minute working on this piece of shit. Anyone who likes it, it's only because I made it good.
I do not consider myself a super professional person in the professional. Sounds weird to say that, but I have that for fanfics that I write. Like, a lot of people here, like, for stuff like a golden rule for a lot of fanfic authors that have professionalism is no character bashing.
Yeah.
We can do that for stuff we're just making for like passion and like want a new project. Jello couldn't manage that for something he was effectively asked and volunteered to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, he asked to do this.
I hate Davis or Daisuke from Digimon, but when I wrote my fanfic, I still wrote him with the intention of giving him the most leeway, like writing him the best that I could. I still got accused of character bashing, but that's just because he was an antagonist in the story. That had nothing to do with how I actually wrote him as a character.
Didn't the director or writer of Joker hate working on it, yet he was able to remain professional after the fact despite that?
He hated how it was received. He hated
it's how it was received.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He liked his own film, but he thought that people were co-opting it for things he didn't believe in. Even though,
which is why they made a sequel that everybody hated.
Yeah.
It was about his lack of professional discretion, not basically. not because he was like, oh, like some other stuff. It would have been nice for them to call out the actual work, but no, they just kept it at, dude, you're a professional, act like one. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And seeing that he has upcoming roles and had other roles in 2020
in the future, aka JelloApocalypse is blacklisted from the industry.
Looking at Jello's IMDb and seeing that he has upcoming roles and had other roles in 2024 proves that this was false.
Where?
Okay, so let's take that for a moment. When were these statements being made, Jello? Was it everyone saying these things? Were we all just, because like what I think CBF pointed out in his comment was we were all reacting the minute this shit hit. We were doing it on the fly, and our statements about, oh fuck, Discotek blacklisted him, that means there's typically a cavalcade of people that will blacklist him afterwards. So we were just following what typically happens, but we couldn't have known that he wouldn't get completely blacklisted.
Yeah, we foolishly committed the crime of thinking actions had fucking consequences.
Yeah, like
sorry about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that we had issue with. Like he's being kind of to a degree unfair about like people basically assuming that a logical course of action would happen because they did not have the benefit of hindsight that Jello has.
But what I like about this so much is like he is just so cherry picking things that make any criticism of JelloApocalypse look clownish.
Yeah.
Like he's like, oh, they did this and they did this and they did this. Like only criticisms of the people that were criticizing Jello. There's no rightfully angry people. He doesn't go into any of the people, giving examples of them talking in depth about the changes that he made about the series and why people would be upset with them. There's no mention of Team JYCT. Just putting that out there. Why did he pull us up? We talked for hours about that.
Probably because we were too long-winded, to be honest. And he usually
live streams, I guess.
Yeah, he usually is pretty quick with his videos, and also we're relatively small time compared to people like Clownfish TV and Asmongold. But he also didn't talk about like Donphan either.
I was about to say, damn fan, there were a bunch of other people that talked about this very same topic that did it with a lot more grace and in a lot more, I guess, condensed amount of time.
Wait,
so,
but also,
like, what the fuck is your excuse?
But also, counterpoint, Ant's video had half the views Team JYCT had.
Yes.
Yeah,
and he still covered Ant's vid.
And
like,
he never reached out to anyone, to my knowledge.
And yours has 24.
That's a good
so we
point.
Can't even use the size excuse.
He never reached out to anyone, to my knowledge, other than JelloApocalypse to discuss the problem. So, why didn't you do that, Joon?
I guess it's because it's not like a case of people were like actively victimized or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like even
Maybe,
then, like
I
I'm
would
still
assume,
flabbergasted.
Yeah, I would assume that it would just be professional to try and get all sides of the story and to just document it as it is, because it is technically history. This happened over a year ago by now. So, like, there shouldn't be any reason why he should only favor Jello and to reach out only to Jello.
Yeah, it's just basic praxis to do stuff like this properly. And if you're not able to do so, maybe, I don't know.
It's also telling with the amount of people that were talking about this. Even if you shotgunned out about, like, hey, can I get your comment for X, Y, and Z to a bunch of different people, you probably have a pretty big, like, pool to draw from.
Yeah.
Again, Joon, I hate to make... I'm not trying to be, like, fucking narcissistic or whatever, because it doesn't have to be us that he has to talk to.
No, it has to
be
be.
Also,
It has to be us.
Oh my god.
Absolutely.
But also, comma, you have my Discord, buddy. I messaged you directly once back in the freaking Lily Orchard shit. I'm just saying, you had plenty of access to talk to many people that could have given you further insight to the situation, and you chose not to. It doesn't have to be us, doesn't have to be Raymond, but it has to be somebody on this side that could have given you way better insight here. And you chose not to. And you're wondering why people don't like the fucking video?
Yeah.
Yeah. HJ Fives was like, he thinks that Joon put Jello on a poll, but didn't really expect him to win, so now he's just gotta like pump this out.
I maybe, you know what, maybe. I don't, but like, this is so out of character for the guy. That's why I'm so flat.
I know, it's so disappointing because I really like Joon's work and he's so thorough with his other stuff. This feels so out of nowhere.
And again, I guess, you know, in case this hasn't already been blatant enough, it's not just because we don't like Jello. I don't give a fuck how much I dislike a person, so long as, you know, whatever is being said about them is accurate, right? Obviously.
And I was it's sorry, my eyes went to this, but Sean from the chat, again, I have to stress this, but there's several DC
1 minute.
Yeah, like the problem is that we
guys are freezing.
Better from
freezing.
Oh no, we're frozen.
Things are frozen.
Oh dear.
Check a pose.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
All right, double checking. I'm trying to get things moving, make sure everything's working.
Like chunk.
Yep. Checks. That's coming through. Just my chat froze, and then everything started freezing, and then
okay.
Yeah. I've been kicked from the watch together.
Oh dear.
That's
you heard it.
Okay.
Anarchy.
Goodbye.
The scuff returns.
Can I? I've been disconnected.
Is this our stream now?
No.
Legally, I don't believe so.
Taking over. It's a hostile takeover.
Fuck.
Oh god, my chat is still. Oh, there we go. Now it updated. Fucking hell. What just happened there?
Your internet.
Yeah, that's about accurate.
I guess so.
I was gonna say I saw Twi commenting on Streamlabs, and then I look over at my chat window, and I see nothing from her. I'm like, what?
It's just a void.
Oh man.
All right,
but yeah,
no, that's
like,
Marvel.
All right.
But yeah, like Guys was right. Like the problem isn't
to be
like
running
Jello. It's like even if he did this with someone we like, we'd still have this issue. The problem is we expect better from Joon because he has a history of being better.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do better, Senator.
Oh my! You know what? I'll allow it. This one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's continue this video.
But you got to do better next time, okay, Raymond?
Shut up. Okay. All right. You're on thin ice, Mineral Man.
Is that your new enemy, Mineral Man?
Mineral Man. That's my alter ego.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Pete, you're no longer staying platinum. You're bronze, bitch.
Yes.
This appears to be.
I
running
am the
live across
ice.
social
I am
media.
thin ice.
Luckily, there is this video.
Just funny Remnant's Tale showing up. I forgot that he was in there.
Saying that he has upcoming roles and had other roles in 2024 proves that this was false. This appears to be a running lie across social media.
Just a sec. If you're saying in still 2024, like those roles could have happened prior, like chronologically to this blowing up, and just they still would have to credit him when it finally releases.
Yeah, that could
this
have happened.
Shit takes a while.
It could also be some contractual thing involved in that. Just like it could be that he just fulfilled a contract and it'd be too expensive to cut him loose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, like point is calling this a lie is kind of bunk.
That's ridiculous.
Like oh wait, I can kind of let the fired thing slide, but no, the blacklisted one, no. Everyone ran with this because we genuinely thought that's what happened. Because Raymond, he's right. If you get blacklisted from a company, there's a good chance you might be blacklisted from the industry altogether. And even if we're wrong about that, it's like, all right, cool. We didn't know that at the time.
Even
we
that in
speculated
particular,
it was probably the case.
And he
it's
was
still
blacklisted from a company.
Yeah, it's still a true statement to say that he was blacklisted.
Yeah, sorry for trying to maintain basic fucking
Sorry,
common
you
sense.
found one guy saying explicitly, what the hell? Explicitly, whatever. Just saying specifically that he was blacklisted from the industry. I'm glad you cherry-picked that instead of everyone else that was just saying he was blacklisted because he was.
Yeah.
Luckily, there is this video, or rather stream VOD, titled, "Did JelloApocalypse get blacklisted from anime?" The creator even accepts that there is much misinformation floating about.
Because this is a very complicated topic and there's a lot of information, a lot of misinformation, and not all of it is as clear as one might say. Discotek and Sound Cadence confirm all of the scripts that Jello worked on were then revamped by a head writer.
No, they were reviewed. There's a difference.
Yeah, Jello does. This is where Jello starts like poking holes in Anthony's stuff right here in a bit.
By supervisors.
Jello?
By Discotek.
No, Jello. June.
By the Japanese licensor.
It's the
Nowhere
J
in
names.
that statement is evidence that the script was revamped or improved by its reviewers. It only states it went through the aforementioned parties, but does not state whether they made changes. Justin even confirms Japan made no changes.
This is all, again, breaking NDA. You are not supposed to share these sorts of stories unless you have express permission to do so, for many legal reasons.
I highly doubt they
The
gave
acting
that.
NDA covered up until the show's release.
No,
As
actually,
is standard,
he covers
you
that.
are not permitted to announce the dub's production or your character until after the production is finished. After a show's release, the actor is free to talk about their involvement. I waited until after the cast was announced and the Blu-ray was officially released to make my post. No NDAs were broken.
Actually, wait. It was released as a standard. You are not permitted to announce the dub's production or your character until after. The actor is free to talk about their involvement.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's specifically about their involvement.
I will take it that Jello just misspoke there, and that the contractor is not allowed to speak about their involvement, but that's weirdly specific.
Okay.
I'll presume he hasn't broken an NDA.
Sure.
Unquote. This was from an email I received from Jello. As for the original point of that video, did JelloApocalypse get blacklisted from anime? That question was not answered definitively. On top of the IMDb credits showing that he wasn't, this was Jello's response to me. While there may be caution in hiring Jello for adaptations, he is not blacklisted from the industry. He is still getting roles for voice acting, though there is the commonality of accuracy, or rather lack thereof, in some of the changes.
Sorry, I want to just. Now I completely forgot what I was going to point out. Fucking hell, that last line hit me. Oh God.
There's a commonality apparently.
Yeah, sorry.
Hiring Jello for adaptations, he is not blacklisted from the industry.
Yeah, so says him. He's not going to say he's blacklisted.
Yeah.
Audition sides from Crunchyroll, Hi-Res, Glitch, and Sound Cadence themselves. They were also the recording studio I worked for to produce Giovanni Lullaby in January of 2025. This claim is the result of a coincidence. As I've mentioned several times in this email, I am moving to Canada. My girlfriend and I have been in talks to have one of us move to the other the last 3 years, and we decided in 2023 that I would move to Toronto with her so she could pursue a master's degree. My job is remote and can be done anywhere. Education is much more...
He is still getting roles.
Expensive.
God damn, June.
Listed from anime, that question was not answered definitively. On top of the IMDb credits showing that he wasn't, this was Jello's response to me. While there may be caution in hiring Jello for adaptations, he is not blacklisted from the industry. He is still getting roles.
God damn it!
Right timing, man.
It's really hard to time that without it fading a fucking way.
This was Jello's response to me. While there may be caution in hiring Jello for adaptations, he is not blacklisted from the industry.
Education is much more
expensive
in the United States. It made more sense for me to go to her. She flew out in July, and we did a big cross-country
road trip.
That's why there were 2 signings for my book in LA and Dallas that month. We were driving cross-country to make...
He is still getting roles.
Seaside, whatever. He's saying that he's not blacklisted, and then he's using an excuse to say that's why I'm not getting roles. Again, I'll take your word at it, but I am suspicious. Also, fucking hell. Like, wait, where did he say that it was still difficult?
Navelgazer.
Sorry,
On
one
top
more time.
of the IMDb
I want to
credits
see that
showing that
last.
he wasn't, this was Jello's response to me. While there may be caution in hiring Jello for adaptions, he is not blacklisted from the industry. He is.
That's a June statement. There's nothing here that says that Jello
So-
said that.
Yeah, so
Basically what I think he's saying is that he has caution when he's being hired for a written role, but he's not blacklisted at all when he's a voice actor.
No, yeah, like
that would make sense.
Probably, yeah. So it's like he's only blacklisted from one company altogether, and everyone else is like he's still at the very least as a voice actor being able to get work.
Yeah, so he's not working as a writer as far as we can tell now. Which, honestly makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
It's
if people
not ideal.
are cautious, if people are cautious about hiring him, then that means that he did done fuck up.
Yeah.
Still getting roles for voice
which was
acting,
everyone's
though there is a
fucking
commonality
point,
of
Joe.
accuracy, or rather lack thereof, in some of the changes to Lovely Complex and the videos
No, his
covering Joe's
blacklisting was
controversy.
implied.
It's like there's some commonalities to the accuracy and or lack thereof, and he's showing fucking us. June?
What?
Fuck off!
Go
Yeah,
proof,
like this
please.
is where I'm like,
Proof, please. Where are we inaccurate in our coverage? Go ahead.
This is 4 hours long. I'm not watching that.
Well, the only thing that he really pointed out was Asmongold and Ant, who
Clownfish TV.
A little bit of
and
Clownfish
Clownfish.
TV, but like, where's the sauce? Where is it?
Yeah, it's like it's just 3 guys who, I mean, and most of that is nitpicks and basically your title, your clickbait title is a malpractice.
Should we tag June and be like, can you show us where we were inaccurate, June?
I mean, I can DM him if you want.
No, I want to.
And I'm like,
Oh,
yeah,
sure,
this is like this is a case. I'm willing to imagine it was more so just bad B-roll.
No,
But
that's
still,
the thing,
you could have
though.
done a better job with the
I was gonna
B-roll.
say this just indicates that June was lazy about all of this.
Yeah,
That's
like,
what
this
it sounds
is
to
just
me.
careless.
There is a distinction in that Jello made his
'Cause
changes.
This is the Ant problem all over again, where Ant made a broad
Yes!
sweeping statement about 12 people off of like 2 people or 3 people that 2 of which weren't even involved in the story. So,
which is fucking
many-
crazy to me.
And where most of it kind of amounts to these guys are just dumb and wrong.
What's
Yeah.
that mug in the bottom left?
world's
With intent,
best
while those covering the
localizer.
story at best were
Oh.
incompetent. There is also the arrogance. It is hard to say that this affected Lovely Complex much at all. As per the reviews on Amazon, it is highly rated.
Okay,
Yeah, all 18 of
that's
them. all 18
fucking
people.
what's the term? That's confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most that has about as few reviews as like the average seasonal on Mal. That means
you're
nothing.
cherry peak.
We have
you are
more-
majorly cherry picking, dog.
We have more people looking at this stream right now by near 10 times over than
I've
what's on
reviewed
Amazon.
this. Like,
Yeah.
like already you're on an uphill battle to get someone to review something. Someone to review something negatively, which is a thing. Trust me, accurate reviews. Amazon actually delists a lot of that shit. Trust me. My sister used to be a professional reviewer on Amazon. I'm not shitting you.
Not
Okay.
only
And also, like
Not only
freaking-
that, again, like you're not even picking reviews from the main distribution website.
Yep.
No.
Also, I think I have more reviews on Amazon than this has.
And also,
I
like,
think-
most of the videos talking about this and most of the promotional videos for the release have infinitely more comments and views than this number right here. This is such a small sample size that it is laughable that he even brought it up.
This is a rounding error.
Yeah.
Yep. Orange Man says, fuck, Marry, Kill, Juggernaut, Hulk, Bane. Redo 141.
Why?
What is
Kill,
with all these like, weirdly
kill Juggernaut, fuck the Hulk, marry Bane.
What is with all these sexual questions, Orange Man?
No, fuck Mary Kill's fine. And you know what? I'll second that.
Don't elaborate. Don't elaborate.
I'm not
I'll swap
elaborating
Banner and
shit.
Bane just because I feel like Banner would probably be someone who would be a lot more chill to be around than whatever Bane is like whenever he doesn't have the mask.
Yeah, you want to fix Banner, okay? You want to fix.
I mean, if we're going comics Bane is ridiculously chill.
I guess I'm not too familiar with comics Bane. Which is weird because I'm a lot more familiar with DC than I am with Marvel when it comes to comics.
The whole point of Bane is that he's supposed to be the dark mirror to Batman in a lot of ways. One of them being his tactics. Like the way he beats Batman in Nightfall is specifically set up scenarios that force Bruce to like fight for days straight. Then he fights him and breaks his back.
But was he born in the darkness, molded by it?
No, that's Christopher Nolan going way too far.
I say.
So I went to look at the reviews on the Crunchyroll store, and there are less reviews. There are only 8 of them. There is one that is 2 stars and one that is 4 stars. So the 2-star one says, "For a modern audience, double alert. Avoid at all costs. The subs have questionable lines too. Really decent picture for an upscale. Just a shame ideologues have infiltrated the industry and are infecting/tampering with bona fide classics like this. Bottom line, no, I would not recommend to a friend." And the 4-star one says, "Was very happy to see some love for my favorite shoujo. There were some updates to the dialogue in English that make it more current, and some other stylistic choices to dialogue that I don't necessarily agree with. The fact that they didn't include closed captions for the English is a shame. I like to have subtitles on, but the English subtitles for the Japanese audio are not the same as the English subtitles for English audio/closed captioning."
Not exactly a rousing review, but
Yeah, no, like I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that the majority of like reviews skew positive because there is this idea that you should always go as high as possible for when you're reviewing something, and only when something is egregious should you take off 1 star.
Yeah, it's being courteous.
And also, like, most of them are probably still going to review more positively because they like the show itself.
Yeah.
Yep. It's such a bad metric.
Yeah, really.
And
really
because
bad.
of
And
its
yeah,
niche
HJ5 is
nature,
like
the dub
most
is
mount
not
reviews
available
are
anywhere
fucking
online to
dog
purchase
shit. I
besides
say
the
as a mount
Blu-rays.
reviewer, and they're
Love the complex.
and they have no substance whatsoever. Half of them like barely even crack 100 words because they just want to reach the minimum. But still, yeah, like there's.
Ugok says public.
Granted, a lot of
time,
them are
where's
like
my
from over the
accent?
years, so it doesn't really.
Okay,
count.
guys.
Yep.
Stop
One at a
talking
time.
over each other, please.
No.
As much at all.
Yes.
It is highly rated. And because of its niche nature, the dub is not available anywhere online to purchase besides the Blu-rays. The actual product was only ever for a niche audience. It would not have been made if the CEO said because of its niche nature, the dub is
the
not
page,
available
isn't it?
anywhere.
This is the page on Crunchyroll, isn't it?
Well, let me look up.
DVD box volume 1, no stars because no one has fucking rated it.
Yeah, no. That's for an older copy of it.
Okay.
They're talking specifically about the Blu-ray, which has the dub on it.
Okay.
Like this is, he's saying that, like it shouldn't be this. Effectively, what this guy is saying, is that nobody cared about this show prior to all of the controversy here. And probably the controversy is the only reason why it's getting traction in the first place. Because nobody has any kind of review, or the box set is sold out and is not available anymore. It is the only method of legally obtaining the show now.
Oh, God,
but it is also for a niche audience, so why should anyone care?
To purchase besides the Blu-rays. The actual product was only ever for a niche audience. It would not have been
There it
made
is.
if the CEO of Sound Cadence did not make it a personal project because she loved the series so much. And if Jello never made that Patreon post, there likely would never have been a controversy at all. This is why...
This I contested in my post.
No, that is absolutely fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. There are so many like bad dubbing lines and weird and like mistakes or controversies surrounding dubs that were not advertised the same way that Jello did.
Yeah,
that is factually untrue.
And
Yeah,
okay,
back then
here's the
and
thing.
now.
I would say that the controversy would have been smaller because we didn't have a smoking gun. That's the problem with JelloApocalypse. He's the smoking gun to a massive industry-wide practice. That was the entire reason. You're missing the point that the controversy about Jello in this circumstance, in this particular topic, is less about Jello and more about what he represents on the whole.
More than that, I'm sorry, we're not Doctor Strange peering into 100 different multiverses. We don't know if it was lesser in one timeline or more in another. We only live in our current one.
Even then, I have seen these cases so much for subs that it would have happened. I guarantee with the sheer severity in which the dub was altered, there would be maybe not as much pushback, but there would be some. Hell, nowadays, within the last 5 years, we get like all sorts of subs that get controversies, even when the subs are correct, because they're a little too Zoomer languagey, or
like
when
Nagatoro.
Remember what's that one girl's name from Hero Academia?
Mina?
Ochako, Toga.
No, the one with all the Zoomer language.
I have no idea who you're talking about. Mina?
Mina? Or no, Carmi. Cammy. Sorry, Cammy.
Cammy. Because the author specifically made it so that she speaks in new age Zoomer lingo that he barely understands, and the sub and the show and the manga's translations translated that, and people got mad over that, even though technically that's correct. But we get examples like that. We get examples like Yuzuki Family and now Necronomico, where AI subs are used, and those become big controversies.
We'll take a step back. Actually, let's say Jello didn't make his original Patreon post, but this came out. People probably would have talked about it, and I'm speaking this entirely as a layman. I can't see into different timelines or anything. With how Jello presents himself, he probably would have shot himself in the foot again when people said, "Oh, this, and this," and he'd be going like, "How dare you? I made this show better."
Yes.
Yeah. And on top,
do you honestly think, hand to God, that Jello would actually shut his trap?
Yeah, no. The closest I can have to what Jello is picturing is a show called More Than a Married Couple But Not Lovers, where there was a line change or two for the dub that does skew a little bit more in the quote-unquote localizer direction, and that didn't get that much coverage. It still does get brought up a little bit from people who are very anti-localizer, but the show itself was pretty buried, and so was this. Not that many people cared. But again, that's like one line, and that line, I have argued, is nowhere near as aggressive and egregious as stuff like, the Dragon Maid line, which was a watershed moment, or Prison School, which was also a watershed moment.
Oh my God!
And again, one line compared to an entire 24 episodes of all of this happening. Yeah, no, people would have still had a field day. It just maybe would have taken a little longer.
It is important, June. It is important that we call out even the smallest instances of it when we catch them, because it will make sure that there will not be an encroachment. It is the wall holding back the flood. The more you let them get away with this, the more they will take liberties in the future, and we will wind up having the official translations be fucking ghost stories.
And it's funny because this is exactly what freaking Jello points out in his thing, like, oh, ever since all that, these companies start cracking down on some of this language so that this doesn't happen again. This stuff works.
Essentially.
I hate the way a lot of people go about it, but fundamentally, when people make noise about it, even if it's making a mountain out of a molehill, like, yeah, these things get fixed. They often get patched for subs, and then for dubs, it's like, yeah, the companies will be less inclined to allow that to slide.
Yeah, there are barely any dubs currently that have really ever have any of these problems in like the past 3 fucking years, aside from this whole controversy. Like, the most that this would ever happen is in a dub for like an E-list isekai or fantasy show that, you know, barely anyone watches, which is still important to point out and, you know, bring to the forefront, as we've been saying. But it's no longer like present in a lot of major projects. So change is happening. We barely, and even then, even in those instances, that's incredibly fucking small. We're very damn close to it just not happening at all.
Yeah, like Moka was the big one for like 2023, and that was like one of maybe 4 shows that even had a controversy for its subs that year. This is not a thing that happens all the time.
And I would say, no matter how small, how niche this is, we still need to point it out. It is important that we point it out, because it doesn't matter how small it is. It's important to somebody. And if you're going to be disrespectful to somebody else's intellectual property just because it's not that important to you in your eyes, that is kind of the problem in the first place.
This kind of goes to show that Joon is not very in tune with the scene of like online anime discourse when it comes to any of this stuff.
He's not even connected to like the creative side of things. Like this ultimately goes down to, how does someone transliterate your work? And it's like, I don't want someone misrepresenting my work with their words. I want them trying to accurately convey what it is. The more I think about the Ghost Stories dub, the more it's a tragedy to me. Even though it's hilarious, it's amazing. It should have been in a bridge series, but we didn't have those at the time, and a whole just bunch of issues caused that entire dub to happen.
Like a whole bunch of lies, and because people had the impression that nobody cared about it, so it was okay to shit on it.
Yeah.
When that wasn't true.
Yeah, apparently, in recent days, especially, it's been found to, you know, that story has had a lot more holes in it. And I'm just like, wow, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People are reevaluating this stuff, and for good reason.
Mm-hmm. And not even holes. Like, it was directly found out that the show was beloved in Japan to a certain extent and in other Asian countries, but they gave the impression over here in the West that nobody gave a shit about the show, and that's why it was okay for them to do the kind of dub that they did.
I thought it was a bunch of
miscommunications.
I thought like the thing that I heard was a bunch of miscommunications about like it wasn't doing well in like a rerun scenario. But all the same, it was still really well beloved on its initial read. Like basically, it was like something about a specific time slot and that kind of stuff. Like there was a whole bunch of reason why people thought that it wasn't cared about, but it was just a isolated circumstance that completely deviated from the truth. And it's just like because that was like conveyed improperly, the localizers thought, and the communication just ended up spiraling into some kind of insanity.
Yeah, and it's odd because apparently the ratings in like TV ratings in Japan for that were like 30-something%, which is ginormous in terms of like what that means for the amount of people actually watching. Because a lot of shows, they get like single digits to maybe like 10%, like on average. So 30-something%, that means a large chunk of people are tuning in to these broadcasts.
All right, well, we're almost done, so.
Lands on Jello. There appears to be a lack of an ability to make a professional separation. On that note, there's also Pepper Spot Sunshine. creator Toastify made a video.
Right. This is about his fetishes.
You want to skip this part?
I want to highlight this part because it's Joon taking his fucking word for it. That's all this is.
Fuck.
So,
dude,
exploring the theory that
does he point out my
Joe
tweet where I say he
that
likes guys'
fetishizes
opinions
minors.
invalid?
The video is inconclusive. It provides the evidence that a different creator, known as Animator James, stated that a creator of a sizable following had the same fart fetish that he does. More importantly is a screenshot in which the theory hinges on.
Probably the strongest piece of evidence there is to support this claim is a screenshot of Jello commenting on a fetish video on YouTube almost 10 years ago, in which supposedly someone is asking for the name of the person in the video, and Jello's answered here. Yeah, this image is pretty clear-cut. Again, the evidence that Jello isn't the same fetish as the Pepspot account.
Is someone messing with the watch together?
I ain't doing nothing.
I'm not touching. I'm in a completely different screen.
And testify for the source.
It's
But
not
being
skipping
that
on
his
my
video
end.
was released in 2022, his recollection was foggy. Reverse searching this image brings up a Twitter post from 2019. There are likely other sources, but this is the best Google Lens could muster. Searching for the video on YouTube shows that it was either renamed or removed, as nothing pops up. There is also the possibility that someone made an account with Jello's likeness to frame him. This is all to say that there is no strong
Why would they
evidence
do that?
this is Jello. There are other
Someone
bits
did
of
that with me for something one time.
Really?
People on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are really that crazy.
There's like a weird baptism like Catholic sort of website where someone made like some kind of weird confession as me, but then said my name was with like my anime lists handle, and then just said, oh, like me, like my name is Cody, blah blah blah, blah, like some weird confession thing.
Dear Father, for I have sinned. I am a fan of Code Geass.
No, that show is good. There is no sin in that.
Agree to disagree.
Okay, we're
Raymond,
gonna
let's
throw
kill him.
hands. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what, Kaiser? I'm sorry, I can't back you on this one.
okay. Memes aside, I'm okay with the first season. Second season.
I'm
okay, fair.
Going to refrain from that because I have not watched it. However, my track record for liking really hyped up anime is not good, so who knows?
I have already. I mean, I don't know. That one I don't feel like is as hyped up. That one. I
can't.
There are asterisks to Code Geass.
I can't.
There are plenty of asterisks.
I can't think of Code Geass without thinking soup stores. So my
that's fair.
The funny thing about Code Geass is that the fans love it, but there's so many things they hate about it. It is unreal.
Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
But they love it mainly for the ending and for the main character and a few other things. But there's a lot they hate about it along the way.
Hey, I like Pizza Hut. I think it's funny.
You also have not been in my circles where Code Geass was fucking everywhere.
I remember back in 2016 that was still very popular. It's sadly nowhere near as much nowadays, but still.
Well, that's because all the movies came out and they're fucking awful.
Akito the XL shit. Rose was shit. At least
the new season
Resurrection
was
decent. Yeah, at least Resurrection was
such as
decent.
the similarities in the art, and the hiatus the artist took coinciding with Epithet Erase production. I asked Jello about Pepper Spot Sunshine. He stated he was aware of the account. He attempted to find the source of the allegations, but failed to. He also stated, quote, I don't usually talk about this one in public because I can't prove a negative. And frankly, I know a lot of minors follow me. I don't want to be like, hey, this guy isn't me, and post a link to scat art. That feels like it'd do more harm than good. Unquote. I asked.
So his entire thing is just source. Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Literally, this is Jello saying, I can't.
Why even talk about it at that point?
I mean, like, I can understand this in terms of like, hey, this is what Jello says when approached about this question. And I'm like, to be fair to Joon, he said he did try to dig as much about this as he could, but he couldn't find anything.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it is inconclusive. If you want to believe it, then I guess you're going to believe it. If you don't want to believe it, you're not going to believe it. I will I will accept that like Jello is in a tough spot there because if he doesn't have that fetish, he can't prove a negative, and that sucks. Also, who is like crunching and making mouth noises in the microphone? Kaiser.
What? That wasn't me.
That was the other Kaiser.
It's usually you, but it could be Pete.
What do you mean?
Damn. Okay.
Damn,
What the fuck?
We're all blaming the crimes on the black man here. That's messed up.
Well,
Yo,
everyone
this is
should
an
know,
hate
despite
crime,
it being
dog.
only 1% of the robot population.
Guys, all I'm saying, he is a robot. There is a non-0% chance that there's another Kaiser in the same room as him that's fucking with him. Well, I'm just... I don't know where you got this picking on the black guy thing.
Because it's usually him. You can tell when he goes to get his fried chicken and whatever else he eats.
Wait a minute.
No. You see, I was gonna say like that's horribly racist, but no, you actually have like multiple times gone to get your fried chicken on stream.
I mean, yeah, true.
And he said as much on stream.
Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right.
Oh, we're so fucking canceled. I've never felt more like Pete's avatar right now.
We don't care what you say, Kaiser. You're black.
I'm sorry, Kaiser. We can't be together. Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
Because you're black.
No. I for shame, Raymond. You had a perfect chance to say not because you're a robot.
I know. I was kicking myself, but I was, but my lips were already
we
moving.
were moving a mile a minute. Okay, listen. They were they stopped at a traffic jam and they just stopped me and they asked for my registration. Just black guy things, right?
Yeah, guys, we gotta stop picking on Cyborg over here. That ain't right.
Yeah.
Oh no, but we are 30 seconds away from his One Piece bit.
Right.
Yeah, it's like this point is clearly just
trying to find the original video in order to find the account, but also found that it was missing. As for where Jello's current reputation stands, that can be demonstrated through his "This Is Basically" video on One Piece.
Let's up those numbers.
The
numbers in the dislike. Let's up those numbers.
For real.
This is basically videos. This is basically videos have a reputation of light ribbing, while also capturing what makes a series or game so beloved despite its flaws. 2 of his videos were even sponsored by the product he was making a video on. So what happens when Jello takes a long-running beloved series, dedicates his second half to targeting the writer, and makes this video the return to the This Is Basically series? What happens is you get a poorly received product.
Watch as breasts grow larger, negative space grows rarer, and the art gets sketchier and sketchier because the artist would literally rather kill himself than accept help from or credit any of his assistants.
Bullshit.
Others care about you, Oda.
Oh, this.
Yep.
Show them that you care about them.
I hate that I know what's coming.
Yeah.
Fucking step on the Lego, dude.
These are some of the top comments found on the video. Guys, I'm starting to think that maybe this isn't satirical and maybe he doesn't like One Piece. First half.
I feel like you
Mad,
could say
why
that
is
about
everyone
most
so
of his.
Yeah.
Mad. This
Yeah.
is funny. Second half. Did Lilly Orchard write this? This is basically One Piece video. It did not perform well in terms of reception and viewership. From an email from Jello, quote, that video in particular did surprise me with how huge the backlash it had. It did fine for the first 48 hours or so, but then it started getting picked up by circles that clearly disagree with it, or at times even willfully misrepresented it. YouTube even shadow banned the video for a while, and you couldn't even search the video itself. Only reactions to it would come up. I was the uploader, and even I couldn't find the original without going directly to my channel first. I've never seen YouTube do that to me before. I think that for a lot of people, the big sticking point is that I included the creator as a character in the video, and took some shots at him directly. People really did not like that.
That's putting it very
well. Loves Oda.
Yeah.
I almost like
No, the fandom
likes that when you
I'm
do that.
sorry. I knew nothing about Oda. I know very little about him. I have so little investment in One Piece other than the live action show that we've watched 4 episodes of. Holy shit, dude! What you said about him was so not cool.
Yeah,
like,
I was
it's
about to
real.
say, you're not. It's not again. It's not that you were blunt about the things that you thought the show that were flawed. You were being a dick.
No, I'm.
It's not even like because Joon earlier brought up the Adventure Time one where he basically did insult the writers and be like, and their ability to come up with an ending. This isn't on the level of the creators just suck and they're dumb, they're incompetent, they don't know what they're doing. No, you're basically insinuating that he's Watsky.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just going with rival. And how did Jello take those shots, Joon?
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh wait, those shots were implied.
Oh, totally.
To explain that through a One Piece book club, his taste on Oda soured. Quote, I see him as a 50-year-old guy, 48 at the time the video was written, who could use his unmatched, I don't even have an editor anymore, levels of power in the manga industry to do good. Normalize hiatus, and make his deeply troubled industry better for himself and his fellow artists. But instead, he uses that power to overwork himself, not credit his assistants, and talk a lot about how much he
Which is
likes
a fucking
big boobs
lie.
to children who write him letters. And I think that's weird.
Citation needed.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Is there any evidence to this? Is anyone that knows One Piece stuff, does he not credit his assistants?
Joon,
You have no idea
this is
how
the
much he
perfect
credits.
opportunity. This is the perfect opportunity to point out how this is a blatant fucking lie.
Yeah. Oda still has editors. He has many assistants that have gone on to become mangaka, and I've got like several different screenshots and posts of him saying, "I can't. I finally get to read this. I've been hearing about it for so long. I'm gonna read about this now." That being said, those may be doctored. I'm not going to deny that. At the same time, though, the fact that he says, "Oh, I don't need an editor anymore." Joon, one Google search.
Yep.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's like I remember, I believe it was in a Super Eye Patch Wolf video where at one point he brings up Oda and he's like, "Oh no, for the ad campaign for like to hire an editor, it's like, no, you have to be willing to die for One Piece."
Well, that in fact of the matter is, that's just an aspect of the industry itself. That's not even Oda's fucking fault.
Blank Canvas.
It's like it shows a point though.
No, Blank Canvas. I've heard that Oda even told new editors to criticize him harder. Yes, actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can confirm that through several grapevines.
This is just one man. It does not matter how powerful he is. One man cannot, by himself, cannot change an entire work culture of a country. It is slowly getting... Yeah, it is slowly getting better. The more mangaka who are getting injured or doing worse to themselves, because of the industry is being forced to change due to how many artists are getting physically injured or worse because of the work schedules. And now a lot of them are starting to take breaks. They are starting to have longer periods of time that they release chapters, but this is still a slow process. And do you know why? Because Japan has had an atrocious work culture since the fucking 40s.
And also
he exists for a reason.
And throwing this out there, an additional thing of like, he could use his power to do good, normalize hiatuses. What the fuck you think he's been doing?
Yeah, he's been having hiatuses recently. Don't even tell me. Don't even get me started on old heads like Togashi and Miura before he passed, or fucking the writer for.
Here's the interesting thing: what if Oda wants to do the work? Like, if he's not taking hiatus and he's working on something, what if he fucking wants to do it?
The man publicly. Well, the man publicly said, "I'm going to take like a month break because I need to actually figure out what the One Piece is." Because I haven't squared that away, and I haven't squared that away, and I want to take the time in my story, and that got normalized.
Yes,
yeah, and it's like the only.
Go ahead, CBF. I'm sorry.
But yeah, like the only way something like this could happen is either if he actively like gets a bunch of people involved, like in a big, huge, conceited effort to essentially try to overthrow how Weekly Shonen Jump is run, or if it's a case of like, all right, you're establishing the precedent for a current environment because it is fresh, like with Osamu Tezuka back in the 60s. Like I'm pretty sure like he was the one who more or less codified how much of the industry would go about things back then with his style, because they needed to get episodes out and they had such little time and money to do it. So and that kind of just became the norm even before the production committees of the 90s made their own messed up standards about how things would be run.
Right.
Yeah.
Yugok
like
says
he's ignoring many decades worth of work culture in Japan in order to make those statements. They are completely ignorant. They are even, I would argue, in some small way, kind of racist to say that.
Kinda. Yeah.
Yugok says, lying about the writer and implying he's a predator. Oda thanks his editors and assistants as much as he can, but newsflash, he does not hire them.
Jump hires them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not his job.
It's Jump's job. If Jump's not crediting them, fuck him.
Yeah, like, exactly. Like, fact of the matter is, it's like Jello is blaming the wrong fucking people. You think just because Oda is the biggest guy on the card,
block.
he's the talent. He's the talent. He's not like ahead of the company. That's a completely different position.
Yeah.
Don't attack the man, attack the system.
He's kind of acting like we treat mangaka like we treat our highest paid celebrities in Hollywood, which is definitely not true by any stretch of the imagination.
So, Oda and Kishimoto are two of the highest paid mangaka in the industry, and both of them put in fuckloads of work to get there. They did not start out like that at all.
Yeah.
And on top of that, also Kubo, Tite Kubo, he very much was like, no, I am not rich by any stretch of the imagination. I could never get into Roppongi Hills. You think I get money from royalties like that? No.
Exactly.
Ugh,
he did Bleach. Yeah, like he did Bleach. That is one of the big three.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
he's saying that.
Yeah, and it's not too much different from a lot of artists that are say in the Western comic industry. Like one of the big writers
Steve
for
Ditko.
Batman literally died in a fucking, run down apartment building because DC barely fucking paid him. He died in pennies.
Yep.
Hell, one of the co-creators of Batman was not credited until after his death.
There's a controversy still going on about whether or not Stan Lee was mistreated by the people that were handling him.
Oh my god, I watched the video about that. That shit, if that's true, that shit breaks my fucking heart.
It does. That man did not deserve anything.
Marvel can go to hell if that's fucking true, dude.
Yikes.
I mean, they can go to hell anyway, but they can go to double hell for that.
Where do they go?
To hell for one more day.
Hell?
But, okay, let's...
Not very smart of me to say, I guess, but that's just my problem. I can't keep my mouth shut when I think something's bad and could be better. Unquote. That is it. Jello's outspoken nature is the
Even
reason
if
that's not. It wasn't the outspoken. It's the fact he called Oda a pedophile, June.
Mm-hmm.
So,
he kind of just left it there to speak for itself. When it's like, no, you probably should point at it a bit more, because it's like, that's not just bad. That is heinous. That is beyond catastrophic. He's not outspoken. He's a cunt. There's a difference.
Yeah, like with this whole thing, I looked at his June's video, looked at it, and he says, he only insinuated that Oda is
I was gonna say
pedophile.
I was going to go to the comments so we can look at that.
Yes, and okay. There's the answer right now. So
what I want to say to Jello for that is, like, if you're wanting to talk about these issues, you need to actually be educated in these issues, because you can't just imply that every single country that does this shit is like America and that you know what you're talking about just because you know how America works.
Like, that's also sorry, I'll let you finish.
It's just more. I can't believe how many times that I'm talking about like American centrism when it comes to talking about anime.
Well, that's
also
issue
what
is...
like is so frustrating about this. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Pete. You haven't talked in a while. Go ahead.
It's so frustrating because like he is so much better in his other videos when looking up multiple sources for the person who he's talking about. It is crazy to me that like he would try to talk about something that he is very clearly not, read on, and will go off of primarily just this conversation that he had with the person who he's covering. Again, like going back to what I was saying earlier, when you're not passionate about something that you're talking about, and especially when you're with a source like someone...
I only insinuated Jello has a scat fetish.
I mean, the entire thing with this, with looking through, I'm being blackpilled on the comments on Jill's video with him just saying, "Oh, I totally mentioned it with like showing the little bits."
Let's cover at least a couple of these. Gino Gamma 13 says, as I said in the previous upload, it really feels like this video had a Kid Gloves on the entire time compared to the videos he did about Lilly and Hassan. Like, there's a bunch of instances where you just take his email rebuttals as gospel, especially the one at the end about One Piece where you don't even challenge him declaring that Oda doesn't give credit to his editors or assistants, or doesn't push back against the toxic work environment of mangaka. Or when he didn't challenge him calling Oda a pedo over drawing busty women. And then we scroll down, and there's a bunch of different comments in between here that I could probably pick at, but like we get to June's response. I now understand the audience wanted the One Piece video dissected possibly more than the LC controversy. As for the comment, I agree. I was lighter comparatively, as those videos had different weight. The Lilly video was meant to expose a pedophile who wrote multiple novel lengths of fetish material, and the Hassan video was on a polarizing, highly irresponsible political pundit. To scrutinize Jello as hard as these two would be a mismatch. However, I should have been clear that I did do my research in relation to the emails. I watched the entirety of LC, researched Pepper Spot Sunshine, and found nothing definitive, and looked into the claims of blacklisting, which even by his IMDb are proven false. A fair swath of his emails are meant to show his statements and not act as the end-all, be-all fact. Additionally, a fair amount of lies are still being spread, even in this comment section, which is concerning. To clarify, Jello did not state Oda is a pedophile, he only insinuated as such. There are users stating it is omitted in this video, but by omitting something that never happened is impossible. The insinuations are largely represented by 4444. There are users stating that Jello organized death threats or sent threats to Oda. What if I killed you with lasers, stated amongst Discord members, is not a credible death threat. You can see this here. There are users that believe items not included are done to skew the video in favor of Jello. I do not present every instance of wrongdoing when a pattern is demonstrated, which is for the sake of pacing to respect the audience's time. If I did a video like DSP's, would be days long, not hours.
June. That is fucking ridiculous on so many levels.
Okay, so
let's break this shit down, right? Actually, I'm going to touch on that last point specifically. Y'all can double dutch on the other ones. Fuck it.
Go for it.
Motherfucker, you could have spent literally 10 goddamn minutes to just freaking say that Jello insinuated, okay, if you want to use that fucking wording, that the creator of One Piece is a pedophile, and that is why people were mad at him to a significant degree. You could have done the same thing for why people were really mad at the Lovely Complex stuff, and it would have taken less than 5 minutes. I know how editing a YouTube video works. It would not... Dude, you're telling me that shit would take fucking days, if not hours to do? Suck my dick, dog. Are you serious?
Yes. Insinuating, to hint or suggest.
Yep.
So in that case, June, I'm going to insinuate that because you are fine with this and just throw out something out there and don't do anything about it, I'm going to insinuate that you watch CSAM.
Yeah.
For legal reasons entirely, it is just a statement of the hypocrisy. It's not anything crazy or I'm not actually saying that for legal reasons. And I say that 100%.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Thank you.
I'm going to actually you guys covered basically everything I would say there, but I'm gonna actually go up a little bit more to the top layer, because like I did do my research in relation to the emails. I watched the entirety of LC, researched Pepper Spot Sunshine, and found nothing definitive, and looked into the claims of blacklisting, which IMDb proved false. As Ferris while these emails are meant to show as statements and not act as the end-all be-all fact. You did not get anything. You did not really challenge him on anything. You didn't push back on anything. No. You just presented them as they were without discussing the context around them, without actually analyzing the words.
The only thing that he pushed back on was whether or not there was some trans stuff in Lovely Complex that he had insinuated. That was like literally the only thing that he pushed back on to any large degree.
Yep.
And it's like, my thing is that go back to the top. What is the title of this video called again?
Investigating
the JelloApocalypse. There was not investigating jack shit in this.
Yeah, like that's the thing. He did not actually really get to the heart of the backlash of these two things, like, at all. Sure, you can say that, oh, this isn't anywhere the level of severity that of the crimes of Lily Orchard or whatever, and it's like, yeah, sure, that's true, but you can still like go hard on that and then also make it clear that, yeah, no, I am being surgical in my precision here, but there are way worse people in this. That's what I did when I covered like shady reviews. Like I said, like he is nowhere near as bad as a lot of other people who I rail on, but like I chose him because he's emblematic of a bunch of things, and there's a lot that is still worth legitimately criticizing harshly. Just
if anything,
Ray's Wing Ratha is right. This should have been titled "Reading Emails from JelloApocalypse."
Yeah, it's like severity doesn't mean that you had to pull your punches super easily.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you have to be lazy.
It just means you have to make it clear that he isn't Hitler Satan.
Yeah. Like this is a completely different field.
Yeah, but Pete, did you want to say something?
No.
Well, to go back to my initial like insinuation again, not serious at all. Just throwing it out there. If everything that's happening on YouTube, you gotta cover your bases and everything.
Sure.
But it's one of the things of, even if it is an insinuation, not calling it out in the moment is
really stupid.
I wouldn't even call it like stupid. I'd call it hilariously stupid, because tacit agreement if you don't say anything bad about it. Like, let's be 100% honest. You can interpret the section of, like the boobs are getting bigger and bigger and I'm sexualizing another teenager their age, and then just showing it off like, I don't know, we're supposed to read June's mind of like exactly saying, yeah, he agrees this is bad.
Is like, to be fair, he basically does show this to immediately juxtapose it with the comments being like, oh, that's why this video sucks. Oh no. So it's like, but the problem is he's trying to let that speak for itself when there is so much you really need to dig down and actually call out in severity, because it kind of just like amounts to people being
Here's
like,
a question, June.
That's why this video is bad, instead of, oh my god, what did he say about Oda? What did he say about this? What?
Why didn't he do any research into Oda? I'm sure there's billions of articles out there covering all this shit that he could have gotten information on.
Yeah,
he could have asked an expert.
Why didn't he do more research into the Lovely Complex stuff? Sorry.
I was gonna say, Oda has a newsletter that weirdly enough, he's taken questions from like YouTubers before, I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
Oh my god, if June had reached out and contacted Oda.
Oh shit.
Oh wow.
My god.
Yeah. That'd be something. But yeah, he didn't even do an adequate amount of research for the Lovecom stuff. Again, like I still point out articles that go into other angles that he didn't even consider. Like,
did he reply to your comment? No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. But yeah, no, like this feels under-researched. Yeah.
It
it
really
feels
does.
Yeah. This feels like a half-hearted video, kinda.
People were saying that, oh, you're a Twitter ban. Everyone's trying to call you like a Twitter user, and then someone's like,
Yeah.
wait, you're a Twitter manager. Did you read what they wrote, or did you just see the long paragraph and assume they went on a hate-filled tangent? Genuinely curious, if this is a Twitter brain rot, then this is the most level-headed and measured Twitter brain rot I've ever seen. I don't even have X downloaded on my phone. It's like if you go check out his comment, it's very, very well argued. In fact, I think you're soft
really
on
is.
Joon in this, ironically.
A bit, yeah.
You could have been even harder on him, because like the more I've watched this, the more angry I've gotten about like, wow, you really just handled him with such kid gloves in this.
It's pathetic.
Yeah, like
and if anything, like the fact that we're not talking about, you know, C Diddy, we're not talking about like a possible fucking pedophile or the worst, the nth political pundit that wants to be the next Joe Rogan of the left or some shit like that. If anything, that shows just how shit of a job you did, Joon. If you're this lazy when it comes to something that doesn't fucking matter, you can't do the most basics of basics when it comes to proper praxis with these things. No. Why should I trust you with any of the major
I was gonna
stuff?
say, it calls into question now your efficacy when it comes down to the other topics. You chose to cover this. You set a standard, and now you have failed to meet it. I'm sorry, but like now your reputation is tarnished by this.
Here's the other thing too, is that like even if because we had thrown around the possibility that this could be because of a bias that he has for mutual friendship of some kind with Jello, and if that is partially what has tarnished his accuracy in these kinds of videos, even if like he wasn't willing to admit to any of the kinds of stuff that Jello has done wrong, I would respect him infinitely more if he was able to recognize that bias and just decided not to make this video in the first place.
Yeah.
Just be like, I am not able to criticize my friend accurately.
Oh, Joon
without
technically
showing my
didn't
bias.
choose. His audience voted for it.
Oh,
yeah. That was what the other guy mentioned that one
But
time.
he-
this won a poll. That's
But
how he does
still
these things.
But he makes those polls though. He's the one who puts the
this was
options
on
up.
the docket. This was on his docket that he
Yeah,
chose.
so he like whether or not it was, he can't blame his audience for that because he's the one who gives them the options. Like of the options that he gives, he's like, okay, I'm going to work on whichever one that they choose. If you chose what you fucked yourself, if you chose one that you're not able to, and this is assuming that he even recognizes his bias in the first place.
Adrian Parchman, also Joon did voice act in the KP's hit piece video.
I mean,
is
yes,
that
but he wasn't aware of.
I was gonna say it was our mutual acquaintance that was also in that video, or also participated in that video, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So to give some, because we have some insight into that. People were not made aware of what was going on in that video. They were given isolated references. Yeah. So anyone that participated in that wasn't KP, or like that ended participation for some people.
Yes.
Some people basically stopped associating with her because she tricked them.
Yeah, both of our associates had distanced themselves from KP. One in particular even blocked her on all fronts, so KP cannot contact her anymore. She was absolutely devastated when she learned what her contribution was put to, because she had no idea.
Sorry, it froze again.
Oh, freezing. I thought you said phrasing.
Okay, Dice said phrasing.
No, I heard freezing. I heard freezing.
No, I heard phrasing.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, like ultimately, he should just focus his range on subjects that really are just that bad. If subjects that aren't are going to get such substandard quality with the material.
Yeah. It feels it seems kind of harsh to bash him so hard for one bad video. It's a really bad video.
It's a very bad video, and we fully admitted
just
to our
one bad video.
We also admitted to our bias against both Jello and Joon. We're documented fans of Joon from many people in this call.
I used to be a fan of Jello.
We're not saying that Joon is a bad person just because he made this video. We're saying that we're disappointed because he made such a lackluster video compared to all of his other videos.
And it's covering a topic that we're passionate about.
Yeah, we literally...
You can still criticize and criticize harshly a person that at the end of the day you still like. And just because you criticize them harshly does not mean that there is any hatred behind it.
If anything, criticism can sometimes be indicative that, like, of how much you like that person because you want them. I want Joon to be accurate. I want his videos to be incredibly informative. Documentaries that are insightful to anyone who's not familiar with the people who he's talking about. And it is disheartening to find even one that isn't.
Yep.
Especially because, like, now, like, Gage M, now I'm questioning his Lilly video. Like, that's exactly what this means. Like, oh, now we have this bad video. It's gonna make people like him it'll make people start questioning the better videos. It'll be like, oh,
yes.
How reputable is this guy really? If we got this. That's the thing that sucks. That's what you're trading in. Your reputation's a currency, and you put that on the line every time you make something, put it out in the wild. Especially if it's like a big dedicated project like
what
this.
sucks the most is that Joon is now doubling down on this. That's the worst part about it. He's not acknowledging the problems.
And look, I made this statement for the insinuation comment, but the same thing goes back to, I think, everyone here. We don't think negatively Joon as a person. We're not going to insinuate or like throw any allegations upon him at all. This is a crap video, and we're calling it out.
Yeah, to break it down to brass tacks, the key word here is integrity. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, and sure, again, we were harsh, but it's like how he viewed Jello compared to the other people he covered. Like, oh, we don't view him the way we view, like, I don't know, Synthetic Man. We just view him as a guy we're disappointed in because he made a mediocre video that left a lot of stuff to be desired.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a whole last day in hell if Joon ever falls to the level of. Man.
Yeah, no way. That's never gonna happen. But
to be fair, I have seen people making jokes to the effect of Joon the King covering Joon the King's fall.
Okay, that's actually.
That'd be funny, but yeah, like, you know, like, Joon isn't a maverick. He just had a maverick moment.
So I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, but I'm also a little mad.
I'm a little mad and disappointed.
Maverick moment plus Maverick synthesis equals total catastrophe.
Exactly.
And then I don't know, Jello's head, and the Jello's been beheaded.
Yep.
Okay, well let's start wrapping it up. Let's start with our guest hosts today. Starting with Serial Navelgazer. Do you have anything you want to announce for anyone?
Aside from just the fact that my last vid is still like there, and which is funny because now Sakamoto Days Part 2 came out, so technically it might be a bit more relevant again there. The only real announcement I have is I have officially finished, like, completely writing all of Part 1 of my RWBY retrospective, including the cameos, and I am now in the process of recording. I will send Kaiser and others their cameo parts soon.
Nice.
Awesome.
Fuck yeah.
All right. Moving on then. Pete, what about you?
I'm doing my thing. For those of you who don't know, I stream every Saturday at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. May or may not be doing a periodic cast on the new Superman movie that came out last Friday. May or may not be doing it with CBF. I don't know if we've actually if we've really talked about that or not. I know that we threw the idea out there. it's
Yeah, I think
entirely
that's
up.
it.
Yeah. But I mean, I would definitely cover it even at some point. But other than that, I'm also working on a couple different videos that I keep getting sidetracked from. I keep jumping back and forth between a Legend of Korra video and a part 1 of my breakdown of my adventures with Superman. I can't decide which one I want to work on, so I'm just behind on both.
Mood.
But yeah, that's the main things that's going on right now.
All right. I know nothing.
Oh, I'd like to say that the video's done, but it's not. I will say, however, the better thing that I can announce actually is the fact that the final drafts for Book 2 of Caliburn Chronicles done. It's currently in the actual editing phase to make it an actual book now.
Let's
Nice.
fucking go.
Nice.
Nice.
It's remember, chat. A pulled punch is still a punch.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. All right. Kaiser, you got anything?
Well, one thing for sure. Thank you to everybody who has supported my newest video. For those who don't know, I made my new video, Cecil versus Ironwood, How to Write the Moral Gray, and it is currently at 14K views. It was made 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
You finally got that Ironwood.
This is a video I've been banking on making for a while. So I'm so glad and so happy it's doing well. Thank you to everybody who's watched it, and please, anyone who hasn't, watch it if you can. I'm planning on releasing some shorts based on certain segments of the videos edited by Kaiser Trigger. You saw a couple of his works in my channel before, and I'm going to be commissioning him to help out with the shorts from here on out. Aside from that, I'm hard at work at my next video, going to try to script and record these things as quickly as possible before the summer's over. And finally, more than likely, I will be having a live stream on my channel, Kaiser versus the World, this Sunday. Just gotta square over a couple things, but I'll be sure to announce it on my community tab once I have firm confirmation on it, because there's a lot of really fun stuff I missed out on, and I really want to get into it. So hope y'all stick around for that. Thank you all so much.
Okay.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Twilight.
I do not, as per usual. I'm going to start kicking my own ass when it comes to my projects. Starting with a project that I have with drawing, and then I'll probably start moving to trying to get up live streams again, because I just fell out of the habit of doing live streams, and then like every time I think about it, I just out of sight, out of mind, and then the day passes and I'm like, shit.
I know that
I
feel.
intend to do it. I intend to do it, and then the day just passes me right by. But I intend to get the live streams back up, and then I'll start working on my next videos. I'm gonna have to like bite the bullet on either just asking a Japanese person to help me with the cultural stuff in the next video that I want to do, or just hope and pray that I don't get anything wrong when I talk about it. But other than that, it'll just be hopefully be just getting back into that cycle. Also, someone said that they plan to make a subreddit for us.
I was going to address that.
Awesome.
I mean, if you want to, I guess I can't stop you, but you need to kind of make it, I guess, unofficial, I would probably say, because I can't spend any time trying to moderate that. That would be basically on you and whatever mod staff you get. But if you want to do that, I'm not against it.
Well, we could be like occasional, like people who check on it once in a while, but like it won't be a regular thing.
One of those check on it every month or so or something like that.
Yeah, make sure nothing's on fire.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on my end, so this Friday there's no fixing RWBY. I'm actually making there's a video coming up that's basically going to be laying out a schedule for the next few weeks, basically, because there's a lot of ups and downs in terms of my schedule. That'll cover basically everything that's going to happen until about August 15th, just because I've been juggling a bunch of things. I got sick, that sort of stuff. So it's just to kind of make sure it's all clear and everyone knows where everything's at and people can stop asking me, even though people will inevitably keep on asking me. So no bad fanfiction night either. That is incorrect. There will still be bad fanfiction night. It's just I need time to actually prepare things for fixing RWBY. So I'm taking an extra week off to make sure I get things done, because basically lost a week getting sick.
Yeah.
And that was the week that I was supposed to be taking to get things prepped. So yeah, episode 6 will be next week, ideally. But yeah, there will be an episode. There will be the announcement this Friday.
Oh, almost forgot. Next week is my birthday.
Woo!
So yeah, next Wednesday will be my birthday. Or the day I got booted, constructed, however you want to call that.
You'll have to wait until DC for you to get your gift.
Yeah, I know, man, but I appreciate it all the same, dude. Other than that, though, I'll be sure to try to pick something particular next stream.
You're gonna torture us again with whatchamacallit?
Babylon.
Oh,
I mean,
Oh no.
So much fun with the back half. And don't worry, we will deliberately waste your time at points, because that's what Babylon itself does.
Great.
Have fun.
But yeah, we'll look forward to next week then. But yes, for now, that's really all we have to say. Thank you all so much for watching.